Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. I note a full attendance of councillors, full attendance of the executive, and it's my privilege to open the ordinary meeting of the 7th of December 21. And in doing so, I would again pause and acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and also the traditional owners of the lands that form the footprint of our spectacular region. Pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and again congratulate them on their continued nurture of culture. There are no apologies for today's meeting, and I've already clarified the full attendance of councillors and executive. So it's a privilege to have Pastor Josh Cox standing by digitally to lead us in prayers today. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Mayor Christensen.
Josh, we're in your hands.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to councillors and executive. For each meeting, I'm sure you have many things to discuss and significant discussion again today, I'm sure. Reminded, I just want to read from Proverbs 2 verse 6. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. So let me lead in prayer and pray for wisdom and for knowledge and understanding for you all. Let me pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for this day, and we ask you, Lord, that you would undertake for all that is happening for us today. Thank you, Lord, for the continued rain of the last week, and Lord, even for the rest of this week. For some, I know that's a little bit frustrating if you're on a farm and trying to make hay, but Lord, we thank you that we're in a far better position than we were a couple of years ago. And so, Lord, we just thank you for that. Thank you for your provision. Lord, we want to thank you for today and for this meeting. And Lord, as we just read from Proverbs 2, we pray to Lord for your wisdom. And Lord, that you have promised there that you will give it if it's asked. Lord, we thank you, Heavenly Father, that from you comes knowledge and understanding. And so, Lord, we pray for good and helpful discussion this morning. We pray, Lord, for your wisdom to abound. And we ask you, Heavenly Father, that in all that is discussed and decided upon, Lord, that there would be the respecting of people's opinions, and Lord, the desiring to continue forward as a community, and Lord, seeking for the best for all. So, Lord, we just pray for your guidance and your undertaking in this, and we pray it in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Josh. It is always a delight to have you share with us, and we thank you for that. We obviously invite you to continue if you wish as part of the digital gallery today, but we also respect that you have a busy agenda and a community to attend to as well. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. To those joining us in the digital gallery today, I would just clarify there are a number of conversations that may occur today that aren't in the agenda, and that's because of the way we have to deal with some of the items of business. And firstly, we come to section 5 of our agenda, councillors, declaration of conflicts of interest. And there are, I will indeed open the batting and hand to the Deputy Mayor. I'll advise the chamber that I do have a declaration for a conflict of interest regarding item 11.1 today. Councillors, as this matter relates to a determination of inappropriate councillor conduct, we must follow the requirements contained in Council Standing Orders, Administration and Conduct Procedure. In particular, clause 7.3 of the Standing Orders states that should the complainant of an inappropriate conduct matter be a councillor, the councillor may have a declarable conflict of interest. As such, I'm declaring a conflict of interest in this matter. By way of background, I was previously required to provide evidence to the Office of the Independent Assessor regarding the investigation of another conduct matter. Whilst I did not initiate the matter before us today, the OIA identified a number of suspected matters of inappropriate conduct from my evidence that relate to item 11.1 of today's agenda. I would seek to remain in the chamber to assist with informing the discussion of the matter. However, I'll respect the direction of unconflicted councillors regarding my participation to that extent. For clarity, I'd not propose to participate in voting on this matter. I'm just going to pause there for a moment. There seems to be some disruption of process. I just need to adjourn the meeting. No, I need to adjourn the meeting, councillor. So we're just going to adjourn the meeting for a short time. Thank you to the digital gallery for your understanding. We've now continuing with the meeting after that brief adjournment. So, Councillor Enright, I'm going to hand to you to deal with, I believe there's another conflict of interest, but I'll hand to you now to receive.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Mayor.
I believe that I've got to declare my conflict of interest first before we can proceed any further.
Yes. That's why I've handed to the Deputy Mayor, because I can't chair that. So that's, I've asked him to receive your declaration.
Thank you, councillors. I'll now ask if there are any further declarations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Look, I have a conflict of interest for item 11.1, a declared conflict of interest. The reason is that I'm the subject of the complaint, and it's my intention to leave the meeting, not to seek to remain in the meeting, and not to seek to vote on this particular matter when it comes up.
Thank you, Councillor Swanper. Noted. Councillors, we now have an opportunity to determine, as the unaffected councillors, to determine the Mayor's options for item 11.1. So there are some, just noting that.
Do you have any further questions for me, Councillor, before I'll leave while you discuss?
Yes, I'll just, thank you, Mayor. I will ask if there are any further questions that the unaffected councillors would like to ask the Mayor while he is in the meeting.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed the full extent of your
Sorry, yeah,
declaration.
sorry, you were distracted.
Yeah.
Would you like me to reread that?
Yes,
please.
Thank you. And that's why I took the adjournment. It's a critical time. Councillors, as this matter relates to a determination of inappropriate councillor conduct, we must follow the requirements contained in Council Standing Order Administration and Conduct Procedure. Particular clause 7.3 of the Standing Orders state that should the complainant of an inappropriate conduct matter be a councillor, the councillor may have a declarable conflict of interest. As such, I'm declaring a conflict of interest in this matter. By way of background, I was previously required to provide evidence to the Office of the Independent Assessor regarding the investigation of another conduct matter. Whilst I did not initiate the matter, the OIA identified a number of suspected matters of inappropriate conduct from my evidence that relate to item 11.1 of today's agenda. So I would seek to remain in the chamber to assist with informing the discussion of the matter. However, I'll respect the direction of unconflicted councillors regarding my participation to that extent. And for clarity, I would not propose to participate in voting on this matter. Does that help, councillor?
Yes,
thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, any opportunity, while we have an opportunity while the Mayor is present, are there any questions that you would like? Is that the view of all? Right. Thank you. And the Mayor is now leaving the chamber. So, councillors, we have the, there are three options as far as when there is a declarable conflict of interest. So option one is the councillor voluntarily leaves the meeting. Option two, other councillors decide if the councillor should leave, if the councillor didn't choose to leave voluntarily. And then option three is where a motion stating reasons why councillors' participation is in the public interest. As unaffected councillors, we can decide on to let the councillor remain in the meeting and vote, or remain in the meeting and with certain conditions, and that may be not to vote. Now, the Mayor has already determined that he will not vote if he's given the opportunity to sit in the discussion of that meeting, and I would welcome discussion on that. And by resolution, we will need to determine an outcome from this. So I'll put that to the unaffected councillors that are currently in the chamber. Councillor West.
Chair, thank you, Acting Chair. I suppose I've always gone by the analogy of when in doubt, step out, and I kind of feel that perhaps it would be better if the Mayor was not in the room during any of the discussions.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor West. I think the one we've done in the past, we've set a precedence where it's always easier for both parties to step out. We have the report, and I'm in agreement with Councillor West.
Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah. Acting Chair, yes, I agree with that. I don't see that the only way I would see someone staying in for discussion if they can add to the discussion. I don't think there's anything more to be added to there. And I think it's a better look if the Mayor is absent for the discussion as well as the vote.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, look, I've got nothing more to add really. I agree with all three statements that have been made. I don't think he can add any more to the discussion. We've seen the report, we've had time to look at it. So I think we're informed enough to make a decision. So it's just best to stay out of the meeting.
Thank you, councillors. I'd invite resolution along the sentiments of the room.
Yes, Acting Chair, I would like to move that the Mayor, Councillor Christensen, is not present for the discussion on item 11.1. Discussion and voting.
Moved. Councillor McGuinness, are there any further questions regarding the motion? Is not. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McConnell. So we're just reviewing the wording. Sharon, can we make Councillor McGuinness, you're happy with that slight wording adjustment? So
For the gallery's sake, we should read that out, I think.
Yes, I'm happy to read that.
The few extra words added were that as the Mayor, Councillor Christensen, has a declarable conflict of interest, he should not be present for the discussion and voting on item 11.1.
Okay, so would the mover of the motion like to speak to the motion?
as I said earlier, Acting Chair, I think it's a better look for council, and it's given the Mayor's involvement in this, I think it's the right thing to do, not to be here for that discussion and voting. So I think it's pretty cut and dried as far as I'm concerned.
Are there any speakers against the motion? Would anyone like to seek leave to speak for the motion? Is not. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, and we'll invite the Mayor and Councillor Swanborough back into the chamber. Thank you. Just waiting for Councillor Swanborough to return.
Thank you.
And I can advise that the outcome of the motion was that the Mayor, Councillor Christensen, has a declarable conflict of interest. He should not be present for the discussion and voting on item 11.1. It was carried unanimously.
Just for clarity, Councillor, you weren't deciding whether I had a conflict. I'd already conceded, I'd identified that. I'm just concerned with your wording. Thank you. That wasn't quite what you said. You missed out the as. You missed out the as. Yes, thank you.
Would you like me to repeat it?
No, that's fine
okay.
now.
Thank you.
Just very important little words. So, councillors, thank you for that. We move to item 6 on our agenda, and councillors, I would ask that we pause for an announcement for our meeting today. Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I just, nothing's been said about my conflict of interest.
You'd already declared that you were staying out, so that I don't.
So you didn't.
They didn't need to decide because you'd already identified. I'm presuming, is that right, councillor? There was nothing to consider. Was okay. Thank you. Councillors, it's fitting that we pause today. Councillors, today we are united in sadness following the passing of former councillor and Beaudesert Shire's first female mayor, Joy Drescher. I know our community are equally saddened by the loss of someone who was always so exuberant and loyal. It was her passion to ensure her children had a safe route to ride their bikes to school that convinced Joy to run for council the first time in 1979. During her years in local government, she served 3 terms as a councillor and 2 as mayor, and afterwards maintained a strong interest in council issues. Joy was a well-respected member of the Beaudesert community and a passionate advocate for preserving the character of the region to ensure council dealt with growth in a way that the community continues to aspire to. Joy was a person who always found a way to share good humour, even in adverse circumstances. She will be remembered for her tireless efforts and impact, and most certainly for her laugh. Councillors, Joy made an enduring contribution to our region through both her council and community involvement. As Mayor, Joy oversaw the rejuvenation and reopening of the centre in Beaudesert. It was a truly momentous event for Joy, her council and the community. Joy was a member of the Commonwealth Games Readiness Reference Group of 2016 to 2018. She was a regular attendee to the arts dinners and added a certain degree of vibrancy to the events. A passionate artist in her own right, Joy was also crafting and creating her unique art using cow's horn as the base material, and she also participated in Council's gallery mentorship program. Joy is an active member of the Scenic Room Writers Group and contributed to the most recent book, Mystery, Murder and Mayhem, with the title, Who Trashed the Dunny Door? In the community, Joy was the first female president of the Rotary Club of Beaudesert in 2003-04. In that year, she oversaw a significant project converting old bicycles into wheelchairs for third world countries by Work for the Dole participants. She was an active member of the Beaudesert and District Community Arts Project and was involved in the Beaudesert Historical Society and assisted with the annual Shepherd's Walk. Joy served as an executive member and president of the Hillview Hall community, while also a member of the Palin Creek Correctional Centre Advisory Group. As an individual, Joy was an outstanding orator, most recently coming second in Australia in a power talk speech. She was also an avid dancer, bush poet and family person. Councillors, in that context, I would propose a motion that Council 1, note with sadness the passing of Joy Drescher on the 28th of November 2021 and reflect on her service as a Mayor and Councillor of the former Beaudesert Shire Council. And 2, extend our condolences to her family and to all those whose lives have been touched by Joy's tireless efforts to serve the community, both as an elected member and through her involvement in community organisations. And 3, that we consider in due course a process due course and process, how to recognise Joy Drescher in perpetuity. Councillors, I propose that motion. Obviously I've spoken what I believe. Are there anyone wishing to speak? I doubt if there's anyone wishing to speak against the motion. Anyone wishing to speak additionally to the motion? Councillor Enright? Don't need a seconder for that, but
thank you, Mayor, and I would really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this motion. It is with great sadness and some shock of the passing of Joy. There is certainly a hole left in our community, and a fairly big hole, because she filled that in many avenues, in many ways, and touched many people. She has been a figure in our community, I'd suggest probably from the late 60s, early 70s, and in her journey through public life commencing in 1979, with a commitment to making the world a better place, and particularly the old Beaudesert Shire. And she continued that beyond her political life and into the community in many different ways. And as the Mayor has outlined, through Rotary, through her arts involvement, but generally for her passion for life. And I believe that she did make a difference and has left a significant mark on the people and the places that she engaged with over her time in living in Beaudesert, being a resident of Scenic Rim and, dare I say, beyond the Scenic Rim boundaries. I would like to extend my condolences and our condolences to Joy's husband, Doug Drescher, who I'm sure will be feeling the loss significantly. I would also like to pass on our condolences to her 4 children and her many grandchildren, who I'm sure are equally devastated and saddened by her loss. And I wish them well through this challenging time. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just as one of the councillors that worked with Joy in her last term of council, I just really would like to echo the words that in your talk, Mayor, and also Councillor Enright. Certainly Joy was absolutely passionate about Beaudesert, her town, and she has left an amazing legacy for all of us here, a lot of which has already been mentioned. Very important to mention Joy's husband, Doug, who she used to introduce to everybody as her stallion, and he was at every event, and it was just wonderful. So we're certainly thinking of you, Doug, and to Joy's family, and very encouraging to see that we are going to look in due course to recognising Joy in a permanent way here in Beaudesert. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Swanborough.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I also echo all those words that have been said about Joy Drescher. I think during her period of term in office as an elected representative in the old Bay Desert Shire Council. I think I was the Corporate Services Director and worked with her in all those years that she was in local government. So I had a very strong knowledge of Joy Drescher, the councillor, the mayor, and also the person and the character. And she was a very colourful character. She represented the region well, and I think I remember that she had a terrific sense of justice. She was fair-minded, and she was across all the issues that came before her in council. And I was shocked by her passing away, and I too would pass on my condolences to Doug and the family. And it is a very sad day for the region, and I fully support that council consider in due course and process how to recognise her in perpetuity in this region. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor McConnell.
I'd just like to reiterate what's already been said. Joy was a character, and it was always one of the things when I was at a function, you always knew when Joy was there because you could hear a laugh in the background, and she was also always so friendly. And since becoming a councillor, and especially over the last 2 weeks, Joy was able to lift my spirits when they were down. She was always full of joy, lived up to her name, full of joy. She was never down, so it was sad to hear of her passing on a Sunday night, and I too give my condolences to the family and children. She'll be sadly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I only met Joy a few times, and I can understand the sentiment in the room about how she's touched people in the community. She certainly made an impact. First time I met her, she walked straight up to me and knew exactly who I was, and made it clear that I knew who she was. So it was a great experience, and I met her a few times after that at different functions, and she was always pleasant. And so I passed my condolences on as well to her family and the community and family and friends that knew her. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I knew Joy ever since I've been elected to council. She was one of those people that you knew straight away. She wasn't a clone of anyone else, that's for sure. She was one of a kind, and she was always the life of the party, so to speak. And she was very passionate on anything she did, and we had a few discussions, and you were never left in doubt what she was thinking and what she was passionate about. And I give my condolences to Doug and the rest of the family. She was an asset to the Bay Desert region, and she stood a number of times. I think probably stood for mayor twice too since I've been elected, and she was very passionate about that, and she got around the area and spent a lot of time talking with people, and she was certainly well known, and I say passionate for the area is the one word I could describe her. So it's a sad day for the region.
Thank you, Councillor. I won't add any further comment. I just put the motion in its 3 parts to the vote for resolution. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That is unanimously endorsed, and appreciate, I'm sure, that sentiment on behalf of our community. Item 7, we have no advised deputations or petitions for today's meeting. We come to item 8, confirmation of the minutes from the ordinary meeting of 23rd of November. Councillors, we've all had access to those, and we have a recommendation before us that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 23rd of November 2021 be adopted. I'd firstly seek a mover, Councillor West. Is there any discussion to to that matter? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Any need to speak further, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against or speak additionally? Not. We put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 9. There's no structured business arising, but I'm advised there may be a question.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll accept it on advisement.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just wonder if it might be possible to provide an update on the outcomes of the mayoral minute from the last meeting, in particularly with reference to making representation to the Premier of Queensland.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, councillors, you've been aware that I've advised you that I corresponded as quickly as possible with both the Premier and the Deputy Premier in accordance with what we put through as the motion. That has been received, and as late as yesterday, I have had a brief conversation that's confirmed that that matter's been received and advised accordingly. And that I've also, in concert with the Small Business Commissioner, been advised that there's a lot of work going on to provide better education for businesses, to give better understanding around some of the aspects that we raised, and that information will be provided to our council to help our businesses to understand what protocols will help with some of those items. There are a number of the other matters that are progressing. Obviously, we've seen a number of business lead bodies raise concerns about a number of the matters we also raised. So those matters, I understand, will all be considered in the formulation of what may come forward now as health directives in due course, which of course is when something becomes the equivalent of law. That's as much as I'm able to update today. Thank you. Anything else for business arising, councillors? Then we move to part 10 of our agenda, and CEO, we have item 10.1 to introduce, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, executive officers and members of the public listening at home. Item 10.1, we've received a notice of motion by Councillor Swamborough, determination of minor change and other change development applications. Just to confirm that during the period, Councillor Swamborough provided written notice to me of his intention to propose the following motion, and I'm happy to read that for listeners. The motion is that all development, minor change applications and other change applications under the Queensland Planning Act 2016, which applications for changes to already determined planning applications be referred to Council for determination in meetings open to the public, rather than determined under delegated authority to either the Chief Executive Officer and or his delegates.
Thank you. Councillor Swamborough, you wish to speak to this? Introduce it?
Yeah, I'd like to move it first, Mr. Mayor.
I'd suggest, would you like to introduce it before you move it? Perhaps provide some introduction?
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Which I'm just giving a bit more flexibility rather than a time constrained speaking to a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, when we determine planning applications, whether they be impact assessable, code assessable, or minor change or other change applications, carefully consider what the implications of those are. And when approvals are issued, they're subject to, they may be approved, they may be knocked back, but there may be submitters, there may not be submitters, but at the end of the day, they're conditioned in such a way as to be able to meet the strategic outcomes of a planning scheme, and certainly to address submitters' concerns about a proposal, whether it when it is approved. with the minor change applications and other change applications, these are applications about that process. It could be well after the event. So we could get a minor change application that relates to a planning application, which a use which has been going on for quite a long time. It could be an application approved by the current council, the previous council, even the one before that. And in the interest of providing all those people that are affected by minor change applications and other change applications, I think that it's appropriate that they not be locked out of the process. If they don't come to council, the people who may be affected, whether it be a simple thing like a change of operating hours, or it might be a change of a condition about a buffer zone, little things like that would certainly qualify as a minor change application under the definition in the Planning Act. But if it's determined, you know, without the council giving consideration to this matter, there's no opportunity for those impacted, whether they be the previous submitters or whether they be people who are just been impacted by the way the business is operated. And it could be people who are impacted because minor change applications have been brought in to rectify non-compliance with conditions in the past. And council is very strong on its statements about giving access or giving representation to these people. Minor changes can impact the interest and well-being of residents, there is no doubt. And government needs to be open and transparent and accountable in the way they do business, and accountability. Openness and transparency and accountability are the key to building trusted relationships. It is simply the right thing to do. It's our obligation and principle under the Act that we are to provide democratic representation, social inclusion, and meaningful community engagement. I don't believe that affected people, when we consider minor change applications, if they can't have their say, I don't believe we're fulfilling those obligations that we have to be open and transparent and give these people a voice. The ultimate result of referring them to council for consideration is that it's going to lead to better outcomes and better decision making for these people. And Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say that in 2018, the Planning Act was changed, the definition of what is a minor change application. Previously, it referred to if just one submitter is likely to object to the change proposed, then it wasn't a minor change application, and therefore, if it wasn't, it'd have to be considered in a different way. That provision has been changed now, and there are 4 conditions for a minor change application. And the commentary from law firms and things that I've read is that there are it's a little bit problematic in that the definition now includes that it does not result in substantially different development, and that determining what the word substantially means can be very problematic. A change of operating hours, for instance, of a business to operate at night may not be substantially different to the application overall, but it can have a huge impact, you know, on people around that use, or it can override what the submitters submitted when that application was originally determined. And I think that therefore, you know, determining what substantially changes something should be something that the elected members make the decision on, and it shouldn't be delegated to officers of council to make that decision in the interest of fairness and transparency. Also, Mr. Mayor, the problem that is arising at the moment also, and developer insider has told me that it's common knowledge in the industry now that development companies are advising clients to not fully disclose their development intentions and get approval for a lesser impact use as a strategy to get a use approved, and then later on they use the minor change application process to get the result that they really intended in the first instance. And that's of concern to me, and it was borne out recently 2 weeks ago in a court case in Brisbane where a minor change application became before a female judge in the Planning and Environment Court, and she advised both barristers that minor change applications would be determined by her, not by the barristers, you know, for the complainant and the appellant in that particular case. And she stated in that particular application that minor change applications, in her view, are being used to circumvent planning schemes, and she wasn't going to have anything to do with it. And so it is problematic. We can see it from a number of different angles at the moment, that there is something wrong in the way things are going at the moment. And we've got a whole host of minor change applications into this council at the moment for things like change of operating hours of a business, for instance, on Gallery Walk. We've had the Eagles Retreat development with a minor change application. We've got minor change applications to deal with compliance issues on Beachmont. And I refer to a recent case back in 2010 where we had the Hyacinth case on Tamborine Mountain was about a whole range of minor approvals which council gave, which affected the whole of the mountain. And council defended those minor change applications, but in the end, when it went to court, the judge threw all of those minor change applications out, saying no, they weren't minor changes at all. And these things were not referred to council for decisions at the time. Matter of fact, those minor change applications were done in caretaker mode, you know, at the officer level. I noticed that minor change applications in councils around us are considered in open council. I can refer you to last month's meeting of the Lockyer Valley Council. Item 12.5 was a minor change approval for an MCU for a caravan park at Helidon Spa on the Warrego Highway. And that was carefully considered. It went back and looked at the circumstances, at all the previous approvals granted, and it looked for inconsistencies in what had been originally approved versus what the minor change application was proposing. And I think that is, to me, the only way that the rights of individuals, impacted or otherwise, or even the rights of whole communities can be protected if that responsibility is given back to councillors, because this is why we were elected, to represent our divisions and to represent the people who are affected by our decisions. So that is the background. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for extending me the time to get all that out, but that's the basis for the objection.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we move to the motion, I guess, are there any other questions of clarification? I have a number of questions out of that about that I'd like to raise, but I'll seek any others from the floor first. Councillor West. GM, would you be able to assist with any advice of that from a professional point of view? I note you have the manager with.
Yes, I do have the manager of planning here, so I'm happy to ask Mark Lohman if he would like to comment on that.
Thank you, Deborah. In relation to minor changes, there are timeframes within the Act for, depending on the application itself, between 20 and 25 days to process those applications. Other changes, the timeframes are pretty much consistent with the original application as it was lodged, whether it was code or impact.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor West, did you have another question?
Ask, sorry, how that would fit in with our schedule for ordinary meetings. Is that going to be conflicting?
It would be very difficult to have a considered report put onto the agenda within that time period.
Thank you.
Other questions, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps a question through the GM. Can you explain the current process of how this is handled, and particularly with reference to whether the original application was code or impact and what differences that may make?
So when an application for minor change is received, the first thing that we do is actually do the assessment to see that it actually meets the criteria. And there are a range of criteria, as Councillor Swanbury indicated. And most significantly is that there's no substantial change. So once that test is applied, and if it is a minor change, then it's assessed in normal planning grounds as to what the impacts would be for the request, what it might mean in the way of change of conditions and the like. And then if we are supportive of that minor change, there'll be revised conditions or plans provided, or if we're not in favour of that change, it's refused and the reasons given why it be refused.
That sufficient answer, councillor? No, thank you. Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor. Maybe ask Councillor Swanborough and the manager probably for your view on minor change versus other change, and maybe that's for the manager, but your interpretation of other change. You went through your interpretation, and which I don't disagree with, of minor change, but you'd like to comment, and then maybe the manager, if he could.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, look, the Act only has two definitions. One's for minor change and the other is for other change. Minor changes, certainly the time frame for consideration of them is 25 days under the Planning Act. When it comes to other changes, this is in relation to approvals that don't fit the definition of minor change, so it's the balance. But still, at the end of the day, the impacts of that need to be considered. I think from, even looking at what Lockyer Valley do, and I encourage people to go and have a look at item 12.5 of their agenda for last month's meeting, because the planning assessment is very vigorous, and they also provide a justification why they consider it to be minor or not. And I think I understand that the normal timeframes apply in the case of changes to other applications, but under our scheme, they could still be done by delegated authority, and it's not necessarily written in policy or anything, that they would come up to council for consideration. So I'm saying it seems to me that there's a big black hole here of accountability and representation for the community about things that are going to really impact them greatly, even if they're minor changes. For a business to say, I'm going to operate at night now, rather than operating during the day, which would be a minor change application, that's got tremendous implications, and it doesn't necessarily have to come to council because it could be deemed a minor change. And there's another one, one on Tamborine Mountain, where there was an application for outside wedding venue in a tent, basically. Now minor changes come in for a building 30 metres by 14 metres wide to be built, on that property, and it's been lodged as a minor application. Now, there was over 50, I think, objectors to that particular proposal, yet the the town planning company and the applicant have put that in as a minor change application, and it might, you know, not substantially change the way that use occurs, but to me, it's going to have major impacts on the community, and they really need to have a say in that particular application.
Councillor, I think we shouldn't be trying to prosecute specific examples. This is a process conversation you've asked for. Are there any additional comments on the question from Councillor McGuinness from officers? Councillor McGuinness has another question.
Just in relation to the other change, this is for requests where the application deals with an original development approval, but is a significant difference. So, for example, our application fee is 75% of the original. So we're still, by that fee, acknowledging that there's still quite a level of assessment required there. If it's a impact assessable development and the submissions or the approval is less than 12 months old, all those submissions are reconsidered. There is some discretion in relation to the public advertising for another change. So, for example, if the original application received no submissions or the like, council may agree to not advertise the change application. But in the case where there were submissions and the like, obviously that would go out again for public comment. I mentioned before that part of the assessment of a minor change first up is to see whether it meets the criteria. Now, of some of those that were mentioned just now, at least one of those was refused as a minor change and was sent back to the applicant to lodge as another change. And there's one other one that we have at the moment that we are still in the process of deciding whether it actually meets the minor change criteria because of some of the impacts involved. So we do look at that quite seriously.
So, Councillor, I wonder, there's so much information there that we haven't had a proper chance to consider, both from your information as well as these other matters and understanding what the resource impact would be. I'd seek your your guidance, but suggest that we'd be best served by having a report come back with your content in it, as well as responses to other questions about what it would mean from timeframes and workloads to be able this matter to be properly analysed. I can hear from some of those questions that there's information floating there that we haven't been able to consider in a structured way. And I think it's important for us to understand what the workload associated with this would be and whether there's all minor change sounds potentially different to what I understand, and I'm not going to debate it today, what I understand Lockyer applies, which might be a subtle filter on that. So suggest that we need to get a better researched report to be able to consider this properly. Would you consider that in lieu of your notice of motion today, just to actually have a recommendation that we take this on notice and ask the CEO to prepare a complete report, including if you'd be willing to share your notes so that they can be captured there as part of that. I noticed you had a lot of notes you read from. If you could provide those, they could form part of that report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I certainly don't disagree that we need all the information to make this decision. I would be happy if the officers could do a report and bring it back to an ordinary meeting for reconsideration.
So can we just have that then as a recommendation for this matter? And this is not a recommendation of officers. This is in fact a motion of from the floor. Going to ask if Councillor Swamber is comfortable to be the mover of this. So if you'd, so it would be a report considering the matter raised in item 10.1. be presented at a future ordinary meeting. I think, does that capture it succinctly? Councillor, would you just take your microphone then and just, if you like to read that motion
yes,
now?
I'll withdraw my original notice of motion, substitute this notice of motion that a report considering the matter raised in item 10.1 be presented to a future ordinary meeting.
Thank you. Councillor moving. Any additional questions, councillors? That's moved by Councillor Swanborough. Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Any further discussion, councillor? No. Anyone wishing to speak against? Not seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That brings us to item 10.2 of today's agenda. CEO, I'd once again ask you to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.2, a second notice of motion, this one from Councillor McConnell, COVID-19. During the period, Mr. Mayor, I've received written notice from Councillor McConnell of his intention to propose the following motion, and I'll read it the same as the last one. That the council write to the Queensland State Government to communicate the following. 1. That the Scenic Regional Council declare itself a pro-choice council. 2. That we are opposed to the proposed COVID-19 vaccine mandate that is dividing our community and is placing severe mental and emotional hardship on our business owners, employees, residents and members of the public. I was also advised by Councillor McConnell that in his words, I'm aware that the council will still need to abide by any lawfully made public health direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, did you wish to speak to this? Similarly, I won't ask you to move it first. I think there's probably some discussion better served outside of that time frame.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. This is probably the hardest and most stressful thing I've ever done. In light of your response to Councillor Enright's question about any feedback from state in relation to the Merrill Minute or the lack of, this isn't a local issue. This is happening across Queensland. It's happening across Australia in all of the capital cities, and it's happening around the world. And that is a overreach by government in relation to the Human Rights Act, that people will not be subjected to medical or scientific experiments without consent. Within the Scenic Rim, we've seen a movement, the pro-choice anti-mandate movement. The pro-choice is fairly simple. They are opposed to government imposing force and coercion on the population and on the community to receive a vaccination that they perceive is, 1, either ineffective, 2, harmful to them in the long term, with no long-term data. During this whole time, I've been approached and spoken with doctors, surgeons, nurses, specialists, teachers, every profession known to man. They are not opposed to people getting the vaccine if they wish, but they are opposed to being forced by government or governments to take a vaccine that they don't believe in. A couple of weeks ago, I was rather overjoyed in listening to the Prime Minister declare that Australia will not enforce a vaccine mandate, for that to then go by the wayside. I believe this is a moral issue, and that the government overreach in relation to forcing through coercion to get the vaccine instead of either waiting a couple of months for the Novavax, which is an Australian protein-based and traditional vaccine, or whether allowing people and the community to have autonomy over their own body and how they would like to battle COVID. COVID is real. COVID is killing people. COVID is creating long-term effects. But there are differing opinions within the medical world. This is only one way. The mandate is slightly different in that it is punishing not only those people who are unvaccinated and either wish to wait for Novavax or use their own medical advice to battle COVID, but it's inflicting emotional stress, financial stress on not only the small businesses across the Scenic Rim, but also on their workers and residents within the community. During the lockdowns, we were all happy on the first one to help flatten the curve. Everyone stayed home. Everyone wore masks and socially distanced and washed their hands. Small business took the brunt of the lockdown and also the restrictions that followed. The family-owned cafes and smaller stores. The mandate also has reached our schools, which are run by, well, not run, but assisted by volunteers within the community, parents, teachers' aides. And what the mandate does is it punishes those people who have chosen to remain unvaxxed, either at this stage or to allow their own immune system or their own medical advice. I notice that there are some other councils around Queensland who have worded their opposition to the mandate. So we're not the first. And I just look at the local government principles and values, and I know I've been accused of grandstanding on this one. But number 3 of our principles is democratic representation, social inclusion, and meaningful community engagement. Meaningful community engagement. Now, we've all been inundated over the last 2 weeks with hundreds of emails from the community requesting that we do this. So this isn't just something that I brought forward. It is something that the community and outside these chambers at the moment are about 100 to 150 people standing outside hoping that council will debate this issue. And I go back to meaningful community engagement and democratic representation. I think if community brings something forward, then it's imperative of us to discuss the issue and we either move it or we don't, and that's the democratic process. So that is what this is about. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor. There are a number of questions and Councillor, with your leave, perhaps we'll deal with, if we're going to have a discussion on this, we should deal with it as 2 separate matters, please. And that might lead us to a place where we deal with them as separate matters, just for clarity. There are a number of different questions regarding each of these, but councillors, are there questions that others have? Otherwise, yes, Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, in relation to item 1, the council was to become a pro-choice council. I have concerns and I need information for the businesses involved. How do the businesses, what happens to their workplace health and safety program, their implications that it might have for that to their insurances? Because I don't know the answer to that, and I want to know what's happened in other places. Please.
By if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
By declaring ourselves a pro-choice council, it's just not ratifying. It's supporting those in the community. It is of no legal precedence. So we're not saying that people within the community can't take the vaccine or anything. It's giving people the choice. So we're just declaring, just like if it was climate change. So we're just supporting the community and their choice to declare ourselves a pro-choice council. Now that may be, I don't know if a mandate may come down from state declaring that councils now have to mandate vaccination for all employees, which would have a huge impact on council. But it is declaring ourselves a pro-choice, supporting that pro-choice stance within the community. Item, I can't remember what was underneath. It was regardless of what we do here, we have to follow the state government's legal direction, regardless of what we do. There it is. I'm aware that the council will still need to abide by any lawfully made public health direction.
Councillor, it's probably just as a foot point. It's actually, and the community will need to abide by.
Correct.
Yes. Just that might be just a point in our dialogue. But Councillor West, did you have a further question, or would you like to consider that? Because Councillor Enright was ready to ask a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McConnell, for this notice of motion. My question has got a couple of parts. Firstly, with clarification, in point 1 of your notice of motion, you referred to that the Scenic Rim Council declare itself a pro-choice council. Can you please explain that the term council is the council as an organisation, as opposed to the council as a region, geographical region?
I see your point here. Council is the council as in the elected representatives of the Scenic Rim Council. So I know we always get confused between council and Scenic Rim Council sometimes on what it stands for. As I said, this is a statement to the community that we support a pro-choice approach. I'd be happy to change that initial motion to elected members of the Scenic Rim Council declare itself in support of pro-choice. That's what it's about. It's about supporting those in the community who wish to elect pro-choice. I've also spoken to a lot of people who have had the vaccine who got it under duress because of financial needs. So I'm not saying that the CEO cannot or will not move a mandate, but us as councillors support the pro-choice.
Do you have a further question, Councillor Enright?
Yes, if that's okay. Thank you for that clarification. So if we're talking about the organisation, then I'd be interested in your understanding of what a pro-choice council means.
We support those in the community who elect to be pro-choice, which is they decide what goes in their body.
So as an organisation, what does this entitle our council to?
Nothing. We are supporting those within the community. We cannot direct anyone. It is not a law, it's not a bylaw. It is a support of those in the community who wish to be pro-choice, and we support that.
Okay.
So it's your choice. It's pro-choice, not just not to get it, but also to get it.
To get it.
To get the vaccine.
Right.
Or any medical stuff that comes down from government.
So, did you have a further one more? Thank you. Yes or no?
I've got another question,
Yep.
but I'm happy for others to speak now.
Or perhaps, if I could add a question, Councillor, while others are contemplating. I'm concerned that the word's very open. Pro-choice was the slogan of the abortion lobby, so I'm concerned that pro-choice needs better clarification, but we might contemplate that shortly because we will take a break shortly. But what type of choice? I think is always a concern for me, and it's a real concern. I've had extensive dialogue with people who are concerned about this matter, share some of the concerns we've already tabled around the impacts of the process of managing coming out. But is this accountable choice? Is that what we're saying? We're pro accountable choice or unaccountable choice? What would be, because there's a big difference in that. I think it needs that clarity of definition.
We support those within the community that wish to be pro-choice, whether you're pro-choice to vaccinate or pro-choice not to vaccinate.
But choice comes with an accountability or an unaccountable. So I'm just clarifying.
We are not accountable. We are supporting those in the community.
No, but for individuals to have accountable choice or unaccountable choice?
As in the chamber?
No.
Oh.
For this here.
Yeah.
And can I just clarify what I mean? So accountable choice says, yes, I choose, I'll use my example, I chose to have the vaccines because I trust the science, I read carefully, I listened to good medical direction, and I understand how I move across so many communities that I was mitigating risk for others as well as myself. That's the information. And I made a choice and I understood the consequences of my choice. And I was prepared to accept accountability for the consequences. And so for me, that's the importance. I reflect that there are times where people say pro-choice, but they don't want to consider the full accountability of the choice. So I think without that clarity, this has the risk of, for instance, pro-choice says people can choose not to pay their rates and there'll be no penalty. But there is an accountability that's embedded in law. We can choose the speed, but there's an accountability. So I think it's important that we have that clarity if we are considering this. Are we talking about accountable or unaccountable choice? It's an important differentiation for me because I believe that without that clarity, we run the risk of anarchy without the full context. That's all.
So accountable by who? By the people?
Accepting personal accountability for their choice, the same as I explained I have.
But that's what they've done. Instead of getting the vaccine, they're using other methods that they believe they need to through advice by different doctors. So they're still accountable.
So you're happy. So I'm just, the word accountable appearing in there is important for me. Otherwise, I struggle with this as a carte blanche for people to be able to choose to walk up and hit someone and think they've got no accountability. We can't obviate those things.
So should I include pro-choice vaccine council? Just to
I still think accountability for the choice is important.
Yep.
Because, and look, this is for part of the conversation. This does not affect individuals in isolation.
Correct.
Part of the information that very clearly, when you read the detail from WHO, you read the detail from federal health officer and state chief health officer, the recognition that choices, that's why I think part 2 might be a different conversation, because there is very clear recognition at this point there is no universal vaccine mandate. There is, people make a choice, and because their choice can impact other people's lives, when they make that choice, the state has identified certain restrictions for a period of time that may come into force. And when I make my choice, I just want to be, I mean, when people are making that choice, I believe if we're going to support this, that the word accountable really sets the clarity that people need to be properly understanding the full impacts of their choices, because we exist as a community, and if people's choice based on the evidence that the state is directing by creates risk to others in community, then people are accepting there may be constraints to mitigate that risk. That's why the word accountable is important in this dialogue for me.
So would you include accountable in that first one? Or is it part of it?
With the word accountable, with pro-accountable choice, I think that's an important clarification, because it's how it affects other people around us is what we need to consider in that accountability. Sorry, Councillor Chalk, were you getting ready to talk, or were you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, considering, like, we have to consider this in a minute when it's proposed, I guess. The word pro-choice, I just struggle with that, because it's become a movement of varying opinions. And if we support the pro-choice movement, I think it allows people outside who are championing this to say whatever they want to say, and it'll be drawn as that we're supporting that past, present, future. So I'm really struggling with the use of pro-choice, because it's become an ideological thing. I agree that the mandates are difficult, and I'd be very close to supporting that. But to have the words pro-choice in there, I think it's gone beyond just a choice. It's become a movement, and it means so much more than just this one little thing. And I'd like to put it back probably to Councillor McConnell, whether using that leads us down paths that we don't even know where we could be going yet.
Councillor, are you ready to respond? Otherwise, we should actually break for morning tea. If you want to have a couple of minutes to respond, and then we'll done
before morning tea. Can we get this done before morning tea?
No, we can't, because there are temperature sensitive elements that we don't want to impact people's health either. So, and I don't think we'll finish this in just a few minutes, Councillor. I suspect.
I can understand where you're coming from, Councillor Chalk. And I'd be happy to take pro-choice out and put in
Councillor, I reckon that's a good pregnant pause to adjourn and allow you to reinvigorate some grey cells and contemplate.
Not that many in there.
And look, thank you, councillors. These are difficult issues, as Councillor McConnell called out earlier. And I am exercising that flexibility of opening this issue because it is concerning. There are many voices on either side of this. Some haven't taken to email, but I can tell you I've certainly had plenty of dialogue in community with alternate voices on these issues. So I'm going to propose that we adjourn now. And because we've already had a vigorous morning, we'll return at 5 to 11. And to those in the gallery, please take the time to recharge. This may well be a long day again. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. We adjourned briefly on a pregnant pause. Councillor McConnell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to item 1, I'd just like to rethink the wording of my motion, as I think it was probably too broad, and the use of the word pro-choice actually brings up connotations of other issues in relation to pro-choice. So I just need to wait for, I'll read out the reword at the moment, is that council will acknowledge and recognise the concerns of the community members who support a pro-choice vaccine approach. So I'll just read that out again.
So changed part 1.
So I'm just going to change part 1. That council acknowledge and recognise the concerns of community members who support a pro-choice vaccine approach.
Correct, councillor. That's intended to be a replacement for
Correct.
point 1 on the screen.
Yes, please.
Councillors, any comments? Councillor McGuinness,
Yeah,
you're looking
frowning.
quizzical there.
Yeah.
I'd prefer quizzical than frowning.
Oh, I thought you said physical for a minute there, Mayor. I think there's some very good words from Councillor McConnell there, but I just wonder whether it actually flows after the heading. Council right to the Queensland State Government to communicate the following.
Yep.
And then is it the same direction, I suppose? You're actually...
It's more just writing to the state to let them know that we are hearing the community.
Okay.
So I think, can I just decode that response a little bit? The first part, I think, stays because it's about what we do with what happens below.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I think the request is that we add to our prior communications and communicate further to the state, which is what line 1 says, the council right to the Queensland State Government to communicate the following. So then point 1 is that we would communicate that we acknowledge and recognise the concerns of community members that support a pro-choice vaccine approach.
Yes.
So that's what I understand point 1. So point 1 effectively reads that council right to the Queensland State Government to communicate that council acknowledges and recognises the concerns of community members that support a pro-choice vaccine approach. That's how it would convert into a letter, effectively, in broad terms. Does that help, or does that just make you more quizzical, councillor?
Yeah, no, that's all right. It just... I can see what you...
We need to acknowledge that there are people out there.
Yeah, certainly do. And
me being one of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But we also have to acknowledge the big majority of people
correct
have been vaccinated in this area too, I think, so who are very pro-vaccination, but we've heard from a lot of people who have got real concerns about the vaccine. So.
Yeah. And I didn't want to put that in there.
No.
So
I didn't want to.
Respect that it's your motion, councillor, so that's fine. Councillor Swanborough?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. I believe from what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that, you know, the point number one really reflects the views of the Prime Minister of Australia, who's come out and said something like that. Is that correct or not?
Councillor, I don't think it's fair.
Not as in as many words,
No.
but him getting up and talking about a vaccine mandate, I think he recognised that there are concerns by people out in the public.
So I think, you know, we're getting confused with part two.
Yes.
So
Oh,
I don't
no.
think.
No. This is a vaccine mandate is
But
different
that's
to part two.
Part two talks about a vaccine mandate.
No, part two is
Well,
is
unless
different.
you're changing it.
No.
So-
Part two is part one is about the vaccine. Part two is about the mandate that they're put, which doesn't say you have to get the vaccine. It talks about the mandate that they're imposing on business and those that don't have it.
Well, that's not what that reads, councillor. That's not what it reads. So
Oh, okay. Yep. Well,
that's-
I've got
so-
another one for part two.
So can we just deal
Part
with
one.
part one, and without verbaling the Prime Minister or trying to speak on his behalf, I think let's just contain ourselves to our own commentary, and deal with the matter we have before us. Are there any other questions concerning the content or clarity of point one? Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, look, I probably started this dialogue with this question at number one, and look, I think the changes are good because we certainly should be acknowledging that there are people in the community that have that view. So I'm more happy with that than supporting a pro-choice movement as such that could lead us down many paths that are might not be intended at this point in time. So,
Thank you.
Councillor, can I just suggest that you consider adding between pro-choice and vaccine, that we just narrow this to COVID-19
Correct.
related?
Yes. I was just about to make that. Yes. Put COVID-19 in before vaccine.
Before vaccine.
Yeah. I just looked at that then. Yes. Okay.
So, councillors, any other questions to point one? Any other comments? So we may find ourselves moving two separate motions, councillor, but maybe we move on and just discuss two for a while, and we can come back to contemplate it.
Can I just change two?
Tell us what you want to say so that we can move this conversation forward.
Okay, that council seek the state to not include health directives within the COVID-19 vaccine mandate that divide our community, and you can basically cut and copy the paste bit, the bottom bit, last two lines of the second one. Cut out and down the community. Yep. Divide our community, and the council seek the state to not include health directives within the COVID-19 vaccine mandate that divide our community by placing severe mental and emotional hardship on our business owners, employees, residents and members of the public.
Sorry, just from a structural point of view, councillor.
Yep.
There is no COVID-19 mandate that overarches. Health directives are the overarching legal document. Everything that's out there as a so-called roadmap is a discussion paper. Until something becomes a health directive, it has no weight of law. So I'm just concerned, including health directives within, and we can discuss about vaccine mandates, because the only vaccine mandates that are declared are identified and then announced in health directives based on risk analysis of certain location. There's not a generic vaccine mandate of community anywhere in Australia at this stage. There are in other countries, but there is no universal vaccine mandate. So that's where I came to my concern. So I think what you're, can I just clarify what I think you're trying to ask? You're seeking that the state not include in health directives mandatory requirements.
Yes.
That I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, take out from
whether we'll discuss whether that's got the right
from
merit, but I
within
think that's
to vaccine.
Sorry, Councillor Swanborough, we're just
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we're getting there, but you know, to me, you know, a vaccine mandate that says that people who work in aged care have to be double vaccinated is pretty important in my view, and a health mandate that says that, you know, health workers, if they're going to be dealing with people with COVID-19 in a hospital, need to be double vaccinated. We shouldn't, you know, say that we're going to ask the government to not consider those.
Councillor, yeah. So I understand your point. All I'm trying to do at the moment is help Councillor McConnell get the hierarchy of what he's trying to communicate clear, and then we can have that discussion. That's all I'm trying to do here, is to help get this structure right. So I think what I'm hearing the councillor say is that the council seek the state to not include in health directives, take out within the COVID-19 vaccine mandatory requirements that divide our community. I think that's what I've heard you trying to articulate. Does that capture it, Councillor?
Yeah, that's probably a bit better.
Yeah, but well, we can put in COVID-19 health directives to keep that clarity aligned. Yep. I think that's good. Public health directions. Thank you. I knew I was close, not quite there.
Public health direct.
So I just wanted to get the wording where the council was comfortable before we then have the discussions, Councillor Swanborough. Sorry for that, but I think it's important that we have clarity of what that would actually look like. Now, I'll go to Councillor McGuinness and consider we come back then, Councillor.
And I had a similar point to Councillor Swanborough, you know, the health department and everything else. I don't think there's too many. We have to separate them, and I think we should have some words there. There's no doubt that this is going to, and it is placing severe mental and emotional hardship on a lot of business owners at the present time. Now, it's a different thing whether if you've got a cafe compared to if you're running the Boona Hospital.
Yeah. And so divide our business community.
I think
to narrow it down, what it is looking after the small business community who are really going to hurt.
Yep.
So
to divide our small business community.
So, Councillor, I just point back to what we communicated last meeting, which was to ask for review for exactly these things. And that's supported that there are concerns about the indicated mandatory requirements that will be onerous for individuals and for our business community without adequate consideration. That's basically the basis of what we asked for review and for further clarity around. And there has been some clarity of some of those pieces, and I think to the point, Councillor Swanborough, if I try to summarise what I heard you, or paraphrase what I heard you saying, is that there are legitimate risk-based requirements that we should respect. And I think that's part of the nub. Some of those do create onerous outcomes for members of our community.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
And it's really challenging that there are, it's challenging for me personally, because I know a number of people who I respect their choice, but the implication of that choice because of their profession means they aren't able to continue in the current setting. And I will continue, whatever we end up from today, I'll continue to advocate that we give more consideration to that, which is what we did last meeting, that those matters need to have more to address them. Because we don't leave anyone behind. We do need to mitigate risk, as Councillor Swanborough has rightly called out, but we also need to ensure that we don't leave people behind for the long term, and there may be short-term impacts that need to be managed. That's what comes with any disaster response, and this is an emergency response. Remember, public health directions only have weight because there's an emergency provision in place, like any other disaster. So I guess what I'm just trying to capture Councillor McGuinness. I'm trying to juggle this conversation a bit. Councillor McGuinness, Councillor Swanborough raising that concern about not losing the clarity of supporting the risk-based requirements.
No, I'm happy with that. It's how it's that divide our community where we have to be probably more specific. Well, there could be medium, you know, I think just business community.
Well, I think firstly, I heard there's a piece that talks to recognising that there are genuine risk-based requirements. But the concern is about adequately catering for the personal and business implications of complying with those. I'm just breaking the pieces out here in the thought process. Councillor West.
Just a thought. I thought, should put the word financial in there as well, because that is for our small businesses.
So
okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't read that out. So change emotional to financial. I did change that in my writing here.
Well, I actually, well, if you've got mental there, I guess I think.
Yeah, that's why I changed it.
So I think the council's saying replace emotional with financial. Keep up.
Because there are, over the last 2 weeks, there are a lot of small business owners who, if they bring in unvaccinated, who are unvaccinated.
Sorry, so Councillor Swanborough, you're suggesting more words, or you're wanting to raise
suggesting more words. I'd like, taking your point, Mr. Mayor, I think the word risk is pretty important in there. If we added words after mandatory requirements that divide our lower risk business community, could deal with what you were saying about identifying what we're talking about, where, the words of Mayor Tom Tate ring in my ear, and the Prime Minister saying everybody should be allowed to go and get a cup of coffee. And I agree. It's not for small business to have to police with extra staff, whether someone comes into a business and gets another cup of coffee. I'm not sure that that's, a sustainable thing.
They are lower risk, I suppose.
They are lower risk.
Well, Councillor, I'm not sure we can say that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I think
we'd have to
perceived lower risk.
Well, again, I don't think I'm not sure we are adequately qualified from a health perspective.
I think just small business community.
Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, and Councillor McConnell's used that term a couple of times, but some of our aged care are small businesses too, though, Jeff. Yeah, that's what I worry.
Okay.
It's somehow distinguishing, I thought.
Small retail business.
Well, so
Wholesale. Yeah. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So-
All I want to do
Yeah,
is protect the small business community within, like, one of the things that's come out is tourism.
We're all on the same page, I
Yes.
think, but
And-
we just getting the right words. Yeah.
So I think, Councillor, we articulated a lot of this last time in a different structure of words, but Councillor Chalk, I can see you cogitating there.
Yeah, I think we was trying to change that line. I think maybe we need to add a line to clarify what we're talking about here, rather than trying to add things in that will muddy the waters. I think it reads not too bad how it is there, but we need to probably stipulate in the next line what we're all talking about here, a risk-based approach to these types of situations are supported, but under certain conditions, rather than just a blanket mandate that affects everything. So maybe something like that.
So can I, Councillor, at the risk of, it's always nicer to communicate in positive language to the state, because I occasionally do get replies. Perhaps can I try this, because I know this is a positive intent. Council seek the state to only include in COVID-19 public health directions mandatory requirements that demonstrate strong risk-based requirement, full stop, or risk-based need, full stop, risk-based assessment, and then that we know as part of that, then that clarifies to make that actually a comma,
I think what
to avoid dividing, and then go on.
and I can see what you're saying.
Does that, because I'm trying to capture those other pieces
It's
that,
that wordy again, like, as you know, in military, black and white. It's
Go on, eh?
Put lipstick on a pig. I'm anti-mandate on the community, but it is. I can see what it is there, and it is anti-mandate less the hard words.
Excuse me, through the chair.
Yes.
Can I just ask whether you're referring, Councillor McConnell, to council's employees there or employees of the local businesses? Because at the moment,
Would you like to include the council?
At the moment, it reads council's employees. I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's open to interpretation.
right, so
Local business owner.
Okay.
their employees.
Yep. I'm pretty sure from what I've been talking with council employees that wouldn't mind leaving that word out.
So, councillors, any other points? Councillor McInnes?
Mayor, can I just pick up on the point you made? And I agree that some of these words are similar to what we had here 2 weeks ago, but I think we all should bear in mind that it'll be less than a week and this will be implemented. And I think it's important that we put as much pressure as possible on the state government to actually look after businesses more than what their present indications are.
So to be clear from today, that it's a 10-day window. That's why it was urgent to do what we did to allow consideration. And obviously, I would expect that there's thought going into the next round of public health directions at the moment, which is why, again, the clarity of messaging that is helpful and insightful is beneficial to that consideration. And to Councillor Chalk's comment earlier, staying away from things that just sound like parroting someone else's mantra gives us a better position in dialogue, is my view. Councillor Chalk?
I agree with the line because it's more than just please review. We've stepped it up to say, hey, look, you know, this isn't not good for our community. If they bring in what they've actually putting on TV and the radio at the moment, it won't be good for our small business community and our tourism community, which we're now number 8 in Lonely Planet.
Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, on Duncan's point and what Jeff just spoke about, I'm reading the original proposed motion, and it sort of states that we oppose the currently proposed motions, and I just want to make sure that we haven't lost that. And I know we're talking about it, but have we lost that? This council opposes how they are currently formed in this statement. I agree with everything else written there, but I just don't know whether we have sort of laid out that we currently oppose what they're proposing to do in a strong way. So I'll leave that to the floor to consider.
I guess just an observation, that original language included a set of references that don't exist. There is no universal vaccine mandate. That's the challenge. And I think, in my view, from the earlier conversation, point 1 deals with vaccination status. Point 2 deals with the flow-on impacts, is what I'm hearing. Is we've tried to call this out, and we have called it out. You know, if we need to add more focus to some items that haven't yet, perhaps, or we don't have visibility whether they've had attention, then that's okay. And that to that point, Councillor Chalk, Councillor McConnell might still hold a different view, but that's where I thought the conversation had moved, to have the clarity, separate the two components, and to have the clarity about the impacts of those requirements, because we don't have the visibility of the risk assessment. Remember, we called this out. We don't have the visibility. Give us better visibility. People are being asked to sign up to things now that they don't clearly have confidence in the underpinning decision and are seeking that clarity. That's what point 2 now tends to give us the request for, I believe. Councillor McConnell, it is still in your hands, of course.
I take on board what Councillor Chalk just said, because currently what's being advertised on TV by the state government, I think a lot of the small businesses and their employees and residents within the community are opposed to, because it is going to have a detrimental effect on their business. If you're unemployed and they say unvaccinated, if the people that run the small business are unvaccinated, they currently can't attend their business.
So that's the challenge, Councillor, and I guess the difference I see between version 1 of point 2 and version 2 of point 2, which is at the top of the screen, is point 2 actually focuses on the risk-based component, which we cannot see, and identifies that if that's where if people can see and understand why there's a risk-based component, there is much better ability to understand it. Or occasionally you still have resistance, and I can think of some resistance under an emergency declaration in a fire, but again, that may not have been as well understood about the risk. So I've been trying to capture what's coming out of the dialogue on your behalf, but again, it is still resting with you. Further items, clarifications, questions, councillors?
As much as I'd like to use the word opposed and use the word anti-mandate, I'm actually happy with the top one that we've seek to only include.
Councillor, just while you contemplate, can Councillor Enright ask another question?
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Mayor, just perhaps tidying up a few loose ends and just ask whether the first line that council right to would advocate be better. Is Queensland state government the correct term? Should it be Queensland government? Yeah. And again, in point 2, it refers to state, so whether that should be appropriate terminology. Questions?
Yeah, there's a few more housekeepings on grammar.
Yeah, advocate. When we say the council advocate, is that delegating to you, Mayor?
I will communicate this on behalf of council. That's my role.
I just add as a matter of urgency after advocate or immediately.
Something to. You can if you want to. It will be dealt with as a matter of urgency.
Yeah. As a matter of urgency.
Just get rid of the words to communicate.
Yeah.
Just leave it there for a second. We just don't. I can hear some cogs grinding in the room, and these are important issues to get the balance right, because we have a very wide and expansive community of views, and I'm sure we've all heard. I know we've all had a copious email correspondence, but we've also had much public conversation on various issues, and.
Can I just read that out, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor? Okay. So the second one, where we were opposed to the vaccine mandate, now reads that council seek.
Can I suggest that you change that to seek that the Queensland government only include?
That. The Queensland government get out to. Only include in COVID-19 public health directions, mandatory requirements that demonstrate strong risk-based assessment to avoid dividing our community by placing severe, and that's the key word there, the severe, mental and financial hardship on our local business owners, their employees, residents, and members of the public. I think that's a polite way of saying we oppose what's currently going on, and we need you to, we can't stop them. At the end of the day, we could have 77 councils oppose, right, that they oppose, and the state government can do whatever they like. But I think advocate up the top, and we have to say we can't just sit back and do nothing, which is why I brought this forward. The business community are just hurting at the moment because they have no idea what's going to happen. So I'm happy with those 2 points that we've now negotiated.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd certainly observe that there are some elements of the business community. There are other elements who are very supportive of the clarity for their circumstance of what's proposed and likely to become the health directions. So I think that's the subtlety of this. There are a lot of people who have planned and are able to make this work and have worked out how this can support their existence, but there are some, and I guess from the whatever percentage is really irrelevant, there are some in our community that will be adversely affected. That's quite clear. We've never disputed that, and we've never sat silently. That's why we did take the urgent step last meeting, and this just is just another punctuation mark on that conversation. So we can, yes, are there any final questions before we ask Councillor McConnell to read his motion in full? Councillor Enright?
Just looking at the wording of point 2, that council seek that the Queensland government. You've got a better set of words there. Something
Well,
not
otherwise
quite.
you can take out that and go council seeks.
Is seek the right word? Is there something more appropriate? Council request?
We can, there is no word so great.
No, implore. Implore.
Leave the that.
Something a bit stronger than seek then. You have to.
Yes.
Hang on. Can someone Google? Who's got thesaurus?
Councillors, I'll remind you of a famous quote. There is no word so great as one person's desire, urge, inclination to modify another's writing.
Yeah. Okay, happy for me to read that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, councillors, are there any other questions? Well, we can come to questions. Councillor, how about you introduce your motion?
Wait. Taking advice.
Sorry.
I think as it was.
Yeah.
I believe so, but I'm comfortable with this because I'll have. I think I've got enough of the intent to create the communication.
I usually defer to my wife when I write stuff, so I'm happy to accept that.
Strongly.
Okay.
No, I'm happy with that. So happy
So
for me to read,
please,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McConnell, you have the floor.
Okay, the motion is that council advocate as a matter of urgency to the Queensland government the following. 1, that council acknowledge and recognise the concerns of community members that support a pro-choice COVID-19 vaccine approach. And 2, that council implore that the Queensland government only include in COVID-19 public health directions mandatory requirements that demonstrate strong risk-based assessment to avoid dividing our community by placing severe mental and financial hardship on our business owners, on our local business owners, their employees, residents and members of the public.
You're so moving, Councillor.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Any additional questions, councillors? You're not looking quizzical, Councillor McGuinness, but you're...
At the risk of residents and members of the public, the same thing?
No.
Members of the public can be visitors.
It's our tourists.
Visiting people.
It's supporting our tourism operators.
So,
yeah.
But thank you for the clarification question, Councillor. Are there any other clarification questions? Okay, so councillors, I seek a seconder then. Councillor Swamborough. Councillor McConnell, do you wish to speak further?
I think this is I know that 2 weeks ago we moved that they review, and I think it's imperative of us to keep pushing the state government, the concerns within our community, and especially within our business community that we rely so heavily on, especially the small. We don't have a large and or medium business community that seems, and I say seems, to be largely unaffected by COVID in relation to restrictions on factories and stuff like that. We don't have that. And I think it's imperative that we do, advocate to the Queensland government that what they're doing will hurt our community. As I've stated, I'm unvaccinated through choice. I'm actually waiting for the Australian vaccine, the Novavax, that is a protein-based vaccines, very similar to the others that are out there. From what I've read and who I've talked to, I'm still hesitant on the mRNA, and only time will tell with that. So either it'll be vindicated that it was quite okay and we had nothing to worry about, or it won't. But I'm happy to wait. But also, as I said before, I don't believe a government that has Human Rights Act that specifically states that people cannot be coerced or forced into taking a medical procedure or medical or scientific experience. I don't believe they have the right to just take that out regardless of what's happening. I'm a firm believer in that one. So I think what we've done here is we've stepped it up from last time. I think a more forceful without being over the top has been the way to go in this case. So I thank you for all of the assistance in drafting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking to speak additionally or speak against, Councillor McGuinness?
Yeah. Yes, I will. Mayor, I think it's very timely that we actually put a bit more pressure on the state government here. It's I would have hoped that they would have backed off on some of their directives that they've been talking about, not implementing yet, but they're talking will be implemented to small businesses. I was talking to a small business the other day who is open 70 hours a week, and they will have to have someone there full time to check people. Now that's just an impost that small business can't afford, and I just wonder how many of those businesses will survive if this is allowed to, under what's being communicated at this point of time, if it's allowed to continue and to be implemented. So I think the motions, the two parts of the motion there are very good and clear for the community and for the state government, and hopefully we do get a reaction, a positive reaction from them.
So I think, Councillor, you were speaking in support. You were the first to seek leave to speak in support. That's okay. Other councillors seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to make mention that as local government, we are the level of government which directly responds to our community, and we've heard so many responses over the last few weeks, and certainly have taken them on board. But certainly I'm in favour of this motion, and we have sought to respect individual choice, which is what is so important, but also to support our businesses, our local businesses, in this ever-changing situation that we are in right now.
Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with many of the comments that this has been a very difficult time in our community. The last almost 2 years has been a difficult time. And it's been a difficult situation for the Queensland government to deal with this pandemic on a statewide overview of what can be done to protect our community. It has had unintended consequences in the way that the protection of our community has been rolled out, and it has been very divisive in the community for those who have a different view. And I respect that people can have a different view, and I think I respect and acknowledge Councillor McConnell for bringing forward this discussion point. And I think we've demonstrated in the chamber today that we can have differing views and still work toward an achievable outcome that assists us to play a role as a local government in how we can advocate for our community and to support those sections or sectors of our community, i.e. our businesses, that may be severely impacted by the impacts of the unexpected or unforeseen circumstances. I think this motion goes a long way to achieving a consensus in what we can do as a local government. And it has demonstrated that we as a community can have differing views, and if we work collaboratively to achieve a much better outcome, we have excelled in doing that. So, thank you.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking much the same vein as Councillor Enright just spoke. I'd like to congratulate Jeff, Councillor McConnell, for bringing this forward. It took a lot of courage, and you bore the brunt of this, so well done for that. And I'd also just mention that I thought the dialogue today was really positive. We did have varying views, and there was compromise, and we've come out with a motion that speaks very strongly in support of this matter, and I think hopefully it can come a resolution that everybody can in our community finds acceptable. So well done, Councillor McConnell, and I am very pleased with this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, what Councillor Chalk has said is what I'm going to reiterate as well. It takes a lot of courage to step up in these situations. It seems like you might be a minority view, and there's a lot of pressure on people, and I've seen the emotional impact that has when there's expectations of a certain result that the community are expecting you to achieve for them. It takes a bit of leadership at the end of the day to come here and tackle a very difficult issue such as this, and I commend the whole council for working through this scenario to really get to the bottom of Councillor McConnell's concerns and the community's concerns and come up with a result which is, I think, a pretty strong result and a good result for everybody.
Thank you. And Councillor, I will also take latitude, and where this conversation began was a place that had created great divisiveness in community. The loud voices everywhere I've been were not to get caught up in this pro-choice mantra that was coming from other places, that was highly emotion charged, highly politically charged, but not actually creating value for unifying the community. And it's important that I think what we've communicating with this today is that whilst we acknowledge those concerns, we also understand that there is a proper protocol for risk-based decision making that we don't control, and we have to trust, and we can call out our challenges to it in a respectful way. And that doesn't rely on overbearing emails or other conversations. It actually relies on good process of listening, considering, and finding a place that articulates the essence of what we're concerned about. I'm very comfortable with where we've landed here, and what I would be disappointed if this becomes the next Facebook post that we've voted pro-choice. That's not what we've said today. What we've said today is we respect that there's diversity in our community, and we acknowledge that. We want the state to know we recognise those alternate views, but we also want to ensure that they really consider carefully what they're doing, because there's a heavy burden being carried in community in the decisions they're making. That's what I see before me, and that's why I can support this motion. Councillor, you wish to close?
Yes, if I could, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank everyone for their support. At the end of the day, it's still the Queensland government that hold the power, and I implore everyone in the community to abide by whatever comes out. There were times Sunday last, where I probably said some things that I shouldn't have, and there were times when I probably should have said something about things that were said, and that was a failure on my leadership. So It was hard to take this on, but at the end of the day, the community still need a voice, and we're their voice. It'll come in time to see what sort of penalty I'll pay for taking this on. So I'd like to thank everyone.
Thank you. Councillor, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and thank you again, Councillor McConnell.
Could I ask for a 5-minute adjournment?
Yeah,
please,
let's
Mr.
just
Mayor?
have a 5-minute adjournment, councillors. That's been a quite challenging matter to deal with. We're back on. Thank you. Councillors, we move to item 10.3. And we'll ask the GM People and Strategy to introduce this item. Thank you. That is page 9 of our agendas. I'll just acknowledge that from a discussion, the CEO has left the room for other matters for a short time.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors and those listening in the gallery. This report is relatively self-explanatory. In November, by majority vote, Council passed a motion that will result in the recruitment of a new CEO in 2022. This report is a formality to update the position description in anticipation of an approach to market early in the new year.
Councillors, this has been circulated for commentary, and I believe there have been some proposed questions to that, but are there any points of clarity today before we go to those items that have been fed back to just consider them? Councillor McConnell.
Just in relation to the item, the other three, are they still coming? Yes. Okay. I'm happy.
Separate item. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep. I was just making sure.
Councillor Swanborough.
Sorry, it wasn't turned on. Yes. Mr. Mayor, just in relation to this matter, there seems to be a lot of work still to be done in relation to this, and I'm not sure with just one meeting in the new year that Council is going to be anywhere near ready to go to market for this position. And you know, there's policies and procedures and all sorts of things to be put in place yet. And I'm just wondering, what was the urgency to bring this forward at this particular meeting, and could it be better if we held off at this point in time and considered it when we consider all those issues? Because I'm sure that everything's interrelated, and things we might want the CEO to do in a position description we haven't even thought about yet, in my view, and it's probably all going to become a lot more clearer when we consider the performance appraisal and the procedure, etc., that we are going to require to be done.
Sorry, Councillor, I am quite confused by that commentary. From our dialogue, I was quite clear, I thought, and I believe from the GM's point of view, there were some hold-ups to getting the documents that Councillor McConnell referred to, which deal with the requested procedure and process, policy and process. But the position description doesn't sit subservient to those. It creates, it sits separate from those, and you don't vary the position description because of the process for managing a recruitment or managing performance appraisal. That might all come into a contract, but this sits as a discrete document, and that's why it was circulated for councillors' comment. If you're suggesting that there hasn't been sufficient you haven't had sufficient time to contemplate it before today, then that might result in us holding it over, but that's a different matter. But I guess from a fairly long career involved with human resource management in various forms in a whole range of settings, position descriptions sit around the structure of the role, not the structure of the management process. GM, is there any additional clarity you could bring?
Mr. Mayor, just to say that I was under the impression that the position description had been discussed by councillors at some length in a series of facilitated sessions back in October. And at that point, council had discussed its future needs in relation to the role of CEO, and it was a report out of those sessions that formed the basis of the changes, amendments made to the position description.
So other councillors, any points of clarity? Councillor West.
Thank you. Just for the GM, I just wondered, just mainly for those people who are listening at home, just roughly what changes were there to the job description, please, if any, in the updated version?
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the question, Councillor West. I can confirm that the position description, as first and foremost, has had a template change. So we've updated the template to the current standard for council. As far as material content changes go, there wasn't a lot of material content change. There was an additional point included in the CEO's accountabilities relating to his or her responsibility for ensuring legislative compliance of council. There were also some amendments made around the CEO's relationships with third parties and stakeholders, and his or her responsibility to manage those relationships to the benefit of council and the community. Those minor amendments were not what I would consider material changes, but certainly updated the position description to reflect the discussion that I understand took place with councillors back in October.
Just a question.
Councillor Swamborough, a further question?
Yes, I just wondered if the GM could say what her timetable is for advertising the position of the CEO.
Councillor, I'll take direction on that. I don't have a proposed timetable at this point. Certainly would take the direction of council in that respect.
Could I just seek the clarity of that? Would it be a reasonable understanding, again for the gallery, first you clarify the position description, then if you can't do it at the same time, the next is you clarify the policy, the process for moving forward, then you determine how that tells you how you should contemplate moving forward, whether that's a direct process or engaging another party and who should be involved. That all comes out of that next piece of discussion. This is a start of that journey. Yes,
Mr. Mayor, that's right. So there are a number of pieces to the puzzle, essentially, in terms of recruitment of any role. The position description sets the foundation in terms of the skills, competencies and experience you're seeking from the market. Council has also requested that I draft a policy and subordinate procedures relating to recruitment, onboarding and the contract management processes, which is currently underway. Councillors will then have a period of time to review those and provide feedback before they're formally adopted early in the new year. From that point, we would follow those procedures at the discretion of council, of course, and move to recruit.
Further question, councillor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I agree that the position description is the foundation, and I'm not sure that I have had time to listen to the other councillors discuss that foundation. The meetings you referred to never really honed in on the position description. We were given a copy of it for other purposes. We were circulated individually and asked for changes, which was good. But I yet haven't had a discussion with anybody about the position description as such. There are some things in that position description which are pretty critical to me, which I think all councillors should discuss. And one of them is the organisational structure that is designated in that particular position description. And Section 196 of the Local Government Act says that one of the big responsibilities of council is to determine an organisation structure. And with this particular document, that structure, by virtue of the table that lists the CEO and the reporting of the general managers to him, by default almost sets the structure going forward for the organisation by resolution of this council today, if it's going to happen. But as a council, it's been 20 months since we have been elected, and we haven't yet amongst ourselves had any discussion about the organisational structure that we require at this point in time. And to put that in this document at this time, I feel is a little bit premature. And I don't see the urgency, quite frankly, seeing we have all this other work to do to determine it today.
GM, would you like to reply?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would respond that the organisational structure has been improved by council. It may not have been the current council. It has been approved by council. It's an approved structure. Absolutely acknowledge and respect the council's right to relitigate that structure, but at this point in time, that is the approved structure. So I would argue, I suppose, that it's not a premature inclusion, it's a current inclusion, which is the only information on which we can base a position description. Should a further discussion be had around structure prior to finalising the position description, we could, would obviously amend accordingly. I would note, however, that the recruitment of a new CEO is a time imperative process, and the conversation about organisational structure is one that I would anticipate a new CEO would want to participate in. So my view is that the correct order of those discussions would be to recruit a CEO and then have a discussion around organisational structure.
Councillor Swanbury, you have another question?
Yes, look, would there be any problem then? I obviously do believe too that the new CEO needs to address that particular issue. So would it be the case that in any position description at the moment we could remove that diagram and say that it is the position description, that the organisational structure is to be determined, and I probably wouldn't have any too great problems of proceeding with that if that was the case, but it's too important an issue to flag that by resolution only on today's date we set the organisation, we reaffirm the organisational structure of the council, and then we're going to change it very soon again.
So
I just don't think that that's I think it's a bit messy.
So Councillor, just to point of clarification, that I would observe that I won't try to calculate exactly, it's more than 30 years, which just is too scary to contemplate, but of dealing with, it is very typical that you'd have the existing org structure be in part of any position description that you go to market with, and every position description is then, and same for the CEO. This would be for the org structure would be subject to review through the proper organisational process. And for a council, that clearly involves the conversation of councillors with the new CEO to contemplate what fits best. That's what occurred to create the shape we have today, and that would happen, I expect, with a new CEO. But in the precedent position description to this that went to market, there was an org structure, and it got changed after the new CEO arrived. That's a very common, that is the normal business process, in fact, to provide a bit of clarity for applicants. However, Councillor, I hear your earlier comment. I'm concerned, I think, from the GM's point of view, that we're able to reach a point of view on this if there's a concern that there's not sufficient clarity around the content. Leave aside a discussion about the org structure. I don't want us to try to spend 6 hours today to wordsmith the document. That's why there was a process to ask for feedback. If the request is that there's more time to consider more feedback or a different process, then I think we need to take that up now with the GM and provide that guidance so we can move on. Otherwise, we'll spend the day finessing the heads of pins. Councillor Enright.
Mayor, I think it's important that we do progress. I think we are on a very tight time schedule to both appoint and have in place a new CEO in the timing that we've got available with the existing CEO. This is the first step. There's many other steps that may progress, but I don't think there's any benefit in delaying this position description model. That's going to slow up the process even more when we're under really tight timeframes.
Other questions? And perhaps, Councillor Swanborough, to give you some comfort, we could, when it becomes a resolution, make an amendment to what's proposed as the recommendation to actually identify specifically that it is subject to noting potential future review of organisation structure.
Mr. Mayor, that was where I was going, and I probably would have moved that amendment as you've suggested.
Okay, so if that's the impediment, councillors, are there any other concerns or queries concerning the position description? I know, Councillor Chalk, you had raised a matter. Has that been in correspondence?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I raised a few, and they were very well taken care of by the GM, so I thank you for that. Today, I've just got one more question around the 4-year tenure of the CEO. We had discussions throughout our deliberations about it falling in the mid-term of council. I didn't believe it was probably a great time for it to fall. I just wonder if I can get some comment from the GM about that in particular, because I assume that it's 4-year would be a standard practice, and if there is any way of doing it differently so that we can get it back into a sync around election that works a little bit better for us.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Chalk. I would say that a 4-year tenure is the industry norm in terms of being able to attract and retain an appropriately qualified senior executive. I would actually also comment that the cycle in terms of falling mid-term of elected representatives is how it's designed. And the reason for that is that the CEO provides a level of consistency and onboarding to elected representatives, and it's once elected representatives have their feet on the floor, so to speak, that the CEO's tenure comes up for renewal. So I would suggest that it's actually designed that way to fall mid-term so that elected representatives have the opportunity to learn from the CEO in terms of the current state of the organisation and to understand the direction that the CEO is taking the organisation and itself to inform their next decision about renewal.
And certainly, Councillor, that's probably a conversation that when we get further through the process, we'll revisit how to manage those flexibilities. Again, one of the things I'd observe, obviously every contract has options within it for out clauses, but also the challenge of if you were hypothetically going to try to align it with an election outcome, you've got to give notice. Is that when you're giving notice of not renewing, or when you're giving notice 6 or 12 months beforehand to finish at a time? That's the challenge of it's not a single date that you're having to try to resolve in the management of contract. That's the complexity of the 4-year windows. But I'm sure we'll address that more as we go through the policy and process documents to think some more. Councillor McGuinness.
Just on that point, one of our advisors, when we were deliberating, was suggested, I think he used the term, the last thing you want to do is have it in the jaws of an election. So you've just gone and
correct
do it a month or two out from an election, which is very sound advice, I thought. Could I just ask when the current CEO's contract does finish? Is it 5 months from here now, GM?
It's June 2022, Councillor McInnes.
Okay,
which, councillors, isn't a lot of time. So
it's not 6 months. Yeah,
it's not a lot of time.
Forget about the next month.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time if you're seeking someone out of an existing employment setting. So, councillors, I'm sort of in your hands here. We have a recommendation before us. Are there material concerns with what's before us today, or can we, are we in a place where we can ask for the recommendation and then note that we'll add a recommendation to be tabled, and then when it becomes a motion we can contemplate an amendment, councillor? Okay. GM, would you please introduce recommendation for item 10.3?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Recommendation for item 10.3 on today's agenda is that Council adopt the Scenic Regional Council position description, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, GM. Firstly, I seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Now, are there any further questions? I believe we now have a proposal. Councillor Swanborough, would you like me to introduce a proposed amendment, or would you like to introduce a proposed amendment?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I can do that for you. My amendment is point number 2, I suppose. Point 1, the first one becomes 1, the second one becomes 2. That Council acknowledge that the organisational structure reflected in the position description is carried forward from the previous council, and that on appointment of the new CEO, council will consider, in conjunction with him
or her, with the appointee.
With the appointee, sounds better. What is the desired organisational structure for this council moving forward?
moved by Councillor Swamborough. Seeking a seconder for the amendment. Councillor McGuinness. Any further discussion, Councillor Swamborough? Anyone wishing to speak against the amendment, which has just popped off the screen momentarily? Sorry, the seconder was Councillor McGuinness. Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? Vote on the amendment. Those in favour? Righto. Councillor Enright, you comfortable to include that with your motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Enright. No other questions, then I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak further? Councillor Enright? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? And seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion, those in favour. Thank you, councillors. We progress to item 10.4. Well, councillors, I've just been advised now might be an opportune time for us to take a break in our proceedings and adjourn for till 1:45 so that we can keep moving. So we'll be back at 1:45, councillors. So we just adjourn temporarily for that and press on. Thank you. Just on. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors, executive, and welcome back to those joining us in the digital gallery. We are now, councillors, moving to item 10.4 of our and page 22 of the agenda for those who are following along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and councillors and everyone listening online. Item 10.2 today is to address the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 1 for 2021-2022. And it's not a complex report, I'm sure you've all read it, but we do have with us our Cultural Officer, Heritage, Regional Arts Development Fund and Public Art, Mark Paddock, who I'm going to ask to just talk us through the highlights of this report.
Good afternoon. We received our funding from Arts Queensland in late September this year, and we opened around pretty much soon afterwards. We started this year with workshops in Boona, Beaudesert, Tamborine and Canungra, where I met with the community and assisted them with writing applications. We got 8 in that applications that came in. They were all quite large applications, most of them over $10,000. So that did limit us to the number that we could approve with the $25,000 budget. So that one-on-one, I met with them all. We sat down, we helped them write their applications. The Arts Reference Group did meet, assessed all those applications and shortlisted 4 to go on to the next round, which is going through the full application, which is including full budgets, letters of support, quotes, that type of thing. 4 of those were, I said, shortlisted. 1 of those pulled out. She felt that she wasn't the right time for her to do this project. And 1 of those also missed the deadline to submit it by a day, so they were ineligible. So that cut it down to the 2 applications that we've got in front of us today. And those are Queenie, Diaz Mendes, a Beachmont artist, an emerging artist who's been doing quite a lot in the community at the moment. She's also received part funding from Arts Queensland, cost funding for this project as well. So we are co-funding it. She wants to explore her space, her place up in Beachmont, look at the pigments that are actually in her environment and create a body of work based on those pigments. She has applied for an expression of interest for our program next year at the Cultural Centre to actually then display that body of work. She's asking for $10,000 for her project, and it's a $49,000 project in overall, which is it's a research project for her to go out onto the country, to be in that land, and she has a strong connection with that land to find those pigments. The second application was Kenji Lee. He's a young teacher and filmmaker. He's done quite a lot of work with Screen Queensland. He has written the script for a short film called Love Iris, and he wants to film that in the Scenic Rim, in the sort of Tambourine Mountain, Beachmont areas, the environment. He feels that sort of overseas, he's from an Asian background, that they think Australia is just outback, this sort of red soil. He wanted to show them the rainforest and the sort of greenery that we have as well. So his short film will be sent in the region, will entail all local crew, local cast. He's going to work with Goat Track Theatre and some of their young actors to be in the show. He wants to film it in local cafes and local places too. So it's a real Scenic Rim film. So he's asking for $8,500 for a $58,000 project. So they're the 2 projects we've got up for today.
Thank you for that introduction. Any points for clarification, councillors? Report's quite detailed. Additional comments? Councillor McConnell?
Just in relation to the last one, Kenji Lee,
Yep.
is that going to be screened in Bow Desert at the centre or around the...
We want to. He wants to
do?
screen it in the Scenic Rim, but also send it out to a lot of short film festivals as well. Yes, but we will screen it definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, any further? If not, can we get the recommendation up, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you today for your consideration is a recommendation that Council approve the allocation of grants under the 2021-2022 Scenic Rim Regional Arts Development Fund Program Grant Round 1, as recommended by the Scenic Rim Arts Reference Group for a total of $18,500 as follows. Queenie Diaz Mendes, Pilgrim of Place for $10,000, and Kenji Lee, Love Iris, $8,500.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Any additional questions, councillors? Additional discussion? Not a seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak regarding this item. I've been delighted in what I have seen with both Queenie's and Kenji's proposal, and really look forward to it coming to fruition. Both very different, but both very interesting artists. And the fact that they are developing concepts of our region, I think is a very strong element to their projects. And I would also like to add the value of the participants in our arts reference group. We have a really wide collection of people, both in geographic and cultural reaches of our region, and they provide fantastic input and contribution. And I would also like to recognise Mark for the work that he has done in encouraging our artists to submit, help them through that process, and also through the administration of getting these grants through to us to view. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to say what worthy recipients both of these artists are, and it's very interesting because they haven't always called Australia home. They have been fairly new to our community over the years. And I know that they will highlight the beauty of the area, but certainly also the significance that they have been very involved in the beachfront community with the recovery program since the fires. So we thank them for that, and this is great for them.
Thank you. Any further to speak? If not, councillors, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Councillors, we move to item 10.5, which is page 28, for those following it along in the agenda as well. GM, we also ask you to introduce this item for us.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I do have two officers joining us for item 10.2. The 10.5, pardon me, Environmental Grants Program 2021-2022. It's great to see Council being able to submit this funding into the community. So this report addresses the environmental grants, as I said, and there's a recommendation today to distribute the grant funds to the total of $104,300.24 for Council's consideration and approval. I have with me today the team leader of Environmental Policy and Services who administers this grant round, and I would ask Josh if he would like to provide some highlights to Council on the program that's just been run.
Thank you, Deborah. So as mentioned, this year Council made available $104,300 for the purpose of delivery of the Environmental Grants Program. This year was actually the most competitive that we've ever seen of any year in the history of the Environmental Grants Program, and it actually is double the previous record of approximately 30 applications. So it was quite difficult for the officers in assessing the grants this year. Some of the highlights include our local land care groups such as Beachmont Landcare, Tambury Mountain Landcare, which are continuing their reserve management programs in terms of their weed management works. Some of the other highlights include there was a project to support rock wallaby habitat and also some of our endangered ecosystems such as brigalow scrubs. In assessing the environmental grants this year, it was made up of a panel of our community development officer and two environmental officers. But with the overwhelming interest in the environmental grants this year, we had to look critically at what we could actually support due to limited funding. So for this reason, where an applicant had submitted multiple applications, we were supportive of a single application. In addition, we supported applications as part funding, and then also where we couldn't support an application, we referred them to other programs such as our 1 Million Trees program, and then also our habitat protection program. So in their final assessment, they were looking to support 5 applications in full, 33 applications in part, and then unfortunately 23 applications will be unsuccessful this round. In the draft recommendation, you'll see the applications that are being supported in part or in full. And then following on from this, we will be contacting all the applicants, both successful and unsuccessful. Where unsuccessful, we'll be talking with them about ways to improve their application, ways to improve their project, and then encourage them to apply for next year. Where they are successful, we'll be looking to develop a project agreement with them and conditioning the particular components of the project which we are supporting.
Thank you. Councillors, there's a fair bit of information there. Thank you for that introduction. Any questions for clarification to the report before you? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just a quick one, Joss. Well done on the presentation. There's 2 large recipients, which are the 2 land care. Can you tell us why it's so important that the council do support any type of work that volunteer work that these two groups do?
So with the two land care groups, both Beachmont Land Care and Tambury Mountain Land Care, they both have a significant number of members. And also I shouldn't not mention Boona Land Care, which have also been increasing in numbers this year. Each of our land care groups is in essence a community, and in supporting their projects, we're supporting not one person, but rather a multitude of people. So it's important from that perspective. In regards to the projects that they're currently delivering, there's an enormous importance in their reserve management works. For instance, Beachmont Land Care is working with the herbarium on some protected plant species, such as Cassia marxiana, and then our Tambury Mountain Land Care planting Richmond birdwing butterflies to support our Richmond birdwing. So some of the projects are of fantastic merit in terms of conservation values.
Thank you, Josh.
Any other questions, Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Josh, I note two is where you're dealing with not only the environmental grants, but evidently streams too. So are you working in with the River Trust, or which hat have you, are they, what's the outcome of there, and who's, it's good to see. I'm not criticising. I think it's an opportunity there to some of these because it's very important.
So the primary difference with the environmental grants in comparison to the River Improvement Trust is really the type of landholder. With the environmental grants, it is restricted to our members of the Habitat Protection Program, so our land for wildlife properties, conservation agreements, conservation covenants. Their objectives are primarily around improving their land for environmental function. That being said, the Rivers Improvement Trust doesn't undertake similar functions in terms of improving our waterway values. So they are similar but slightly different in how they operate. But where we look for opportunities and seek synergies, we do try and align the River Improvement Trust functions with our environmental grants. But because there are slightly different objectives, we have to, obviously they don't always align for that reason.
Further question, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, congratulations on, I think, the size, the enormity of the applications that came in for that. And my question is probably two parts. One, do you think the engagement by a greater number of people and entities is an indication of their appetites to be involved, and is our environmental grant growing in awareness? No doubt that's contributed to in the amount of time that it takes to process each of these 61 applications. And two, just wanted to confirm that there are a couple of entities that are based outside of the region, but the projects themselves are within the region.
So in response to that question, there has been a few different factors that have played a part in what I believe is the increase in the number of applications. The first one being a lot of the applicants are Land for Wildlife members, and we have a new Land for Wildlife officer, which has been relentless in undertaking inspections with those property owners. So I believe that has led to it. And as well, we've just seen a general increase in interest in all of our programs. Just in the last 2 years, we've seen a growth in our habitat protection program. We've seen a growth in our 1 million trees program, and also our environmental grants now. So I believe there's potentially external factors with people being at home more, potentially with work from home. Then in regards to the second point, we do have applicants which are from outside the region, but they own property within the region, and they work on those properties. So in some examples, they're members of the Habitat Protection Program as Land for Wildlife members. So then they're entitled to make an application under the Environmental Grants Program.
Councillors, it might just be timely to add a comment to acknowledge that work, and I had the privilege recently to speak at the invitation of the ICLEI group, Local Governments for Sustainability. They were extremely interested with the package of sustainability measures, environmental measures like our grants program, and I talked about it as a small council, small dollars, big impacts, and the examples with Land for Wildlife, the partnerships there with landowners, and this being an enabling partnership for landowners to make a difference right across the region was something that has proved very interesting to that audience for further conversation. So congratulations I would express to Josh and the team for their efforts and those partnerships that are building, and we're seeing the fruits of that. Further questions? Not, we'll introduce the recommendation, please, GM. And I won't ask you to read the whole list out. I'll acknowledge the table if that's okay, councillors.
Yes, for the purposes of reading this, I'll acknowledge that there's 5 listed projects that are full funded and 33 projects that are partially funded, and thank you for not asking me to read all 38. Mayor and councillors, for your consideration today is that council approve the allocation of grants under the Environmental Grants Program 2021 to 2022 for a total of $104,324 as listed in the table below. And that part 2 of the recommendation, that council provide relevant feedback and advice to unsuccessful grant applicants to continue to improve knowledge gaps for the purposes of applying and in support of future applications.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor McGuinness. Further questions? Any further discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. I saw Councillor Swanborough. Councillor McGuinness, wish to speak?
Yes, Mayor. As it's already been said, a couple of congratulations to Josh and the team. They do a great job, and it's not a big team, but they really do punch above their weight, so to speak, and it's great for our community, and congratulations to everyone involved.
Councillor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Motion, those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you again, Josh, and to you and the team for your passionate and professional endeavours, and we look forward to celebrating further successes. Thank you. We move to item 10.6, councillors, page 40 of our agenda. And we turn to you again, GM, and we do have some officers joining us for this matter.
I do. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. It's a great pleasure for us to present this report to you today. Item 10.6 is the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025. It's an annual report card, and I do need to make a correction to the heading of the... Okay.
It's okay. Just for the benefit of the gallery, that loud noise was just a bouncing microphone.
Don't think it bounced too far. So just a correction to the heading of the report, which states it's February 2020 to November 2021. The body of the report refers to this being a timeframe of February 2022, when the Regional Prosperity Strategy was adopted by Council, up until 30 June 2021. When the strategy was adopted, we talked about how we would continue to feed back to Council the outcomes of the implementation year on year for this strategy. And this is the first report card of the officers being able to do that. I would ask, with your indulgence, Mayor, that the Minute Secretary pop up on the screen the current version of the annual report card. And councillors, this is identical to what we've submitted to you for review and will be released online after today's adoption. The addition is an updated photograph in the left-hand corner.
Working on that.
And this was sitting in the hub, councillors, as well. Today I have with me the Principal Specialist Regional Prosperity, Sue-Ann Chapman, and the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker. So I'm just going to ask if Sue-Ann would just like to walk us through some of the highlights of her report. Thank you.
It didn't enjoy the bounce.
Thank you. Thanks, General Manager. There are many and numerous highlights that we're able to talk to through our very first annual report card as part of the regional prosperity strategy that we can go through. So we might just flip to page 2. And some of the highlights we've been reporting continuously on throughout the last 12 months or the last 20 months. And you can see that we've broken it up under the 5 pillars that the regional prosperity focuses on. So this is from business and industry development, investment facilitation, marketing and promotion, skills and development, and advocacy and infrastructure. Thank you. Some of the highlights would be the investment in the marketing and promotion space and our return on investment from the marketing dollars that were spent through the Richest Place on Earth campaign. We're able to profile, and which is throughout the document. Something else that we're incredibly proud of is the economic stimulus package through the facade improvement scheme and e-commerce grant scheme. As a direct consequence of council's investment in those particular schemes, we had triggers in the community for local spend, which is just for one small application and piece of work, we had over 123,000 spent in the region. And of note also under this particular area is local buying. Council has been incredibly proactive in supporting local suppliers, and year on year we had a 4% increase in using local suppliers within the Scenic Rim region.
Councillors, thank you for that introduction. It's a nice, simple document, I think, for community digestion. But questions, councillors? Additional clarity, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sue-Ann, for presenting this one. I just wondered if you could expand a little on a couple of those items that you raised, and the first one under the business and industry development pillar in relation to the COVID economic stimulus package. I note that there was $38,776 provided through our grant scheme, and that led to a greater number of spend in the community. I wonder if you wouldn't mind just outlining an example or some of those details.
Yes, for sure, Councillor Enright. So part of the criteria of those two particular schemes was that the applicant did use local businesses to provide the work, whether that was part of the facade improvement or the e-commerce. So it might have been using a local supplier to produce their website, or buying timber from the local Mitre 10 or hardware store. So that was a definitive criteria. There was only a couple of exceptions where we granted that the service could be provided outside of region because we just didn't have that particular service provider here in the region. But it's something then that we were able to identify, that we were able to then talk to businesses outside a region to see if we could then get that business in the region.
That's tremendous that 38,000 can grow to 123,000 through supporting those businesses. That's terrific. My next question is in the marketing and promotion pillar, and a similar thing. Under the Richest Place on Earth campaign, which we know is been recognised extensively through the Queensland Tourism Awards, gold, nothing less. Could you also expand on the total investment of the 380,000, and then that was multiplied out to over $1 million? And thank you, Brenda, for outlining those.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. So the 380,970 was the total cost of media that we bought as part of the channel plan for putting that campaign into market. So to understand that, there were 2 bursts of television spots where we played the television ad on panels 10 and 7 in Brisbane and the Gold Coast. So for people who aren't familiar with the cost of television, that alone costs over $200,000. So television advertising is very expensive. There were 4 segments on the Channel 7 Weekender program, 21 large format digital billboards in Brisbane, Toowoomba, Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast, static link ads on Facebook and Instagram, online videos on YouTube, etc. So that amount refers to the amount that we put in terms of a media buy. The value that is resulting from that, the 1.1 million, when the agency that we work with goes back and does the evaluation, they have goals that they set in terms of reach, frequency, traffic, etc. for those particular media outlets. And often when you buy billboards, you get extras and things thrown in as well as part of that particular package. So in almost all cases of those varieties of media, we received above what the anticipated outlay was, and the reach and frequency and engagement that they got was higher than they had expected, significantly higher.
Could I just add to that, Councillor? It's important to note that all of that spend was grant funded.
Thank you, GM. That's certainly a very valid point. My next question refers to the 200% increase in year-on-year in leads to operators through our destination marketing.
Sure, thank you for that question. So all of that marketing activity had what we call a call to action, which means it leads the person who's viewing it or seeing that to visit scenicrim.com.au, the website. So we're trying to drive all that traffic to the website where they can obtain information about the region, experiences and links to operators. So through our Google Analytics at the back end of that, we can actually track how many people are going to that website and where they're clicking through to operators. So we can actually track that as a metric.
And my next question is to the next line down with the 360% increase on year in customer leads generated.
So when we got in, so the campaign, we did it in several phases over different time periods. We didn't want to stay in market for too long. You go with a burst, then you have a break and you go with a burst. And we constantly talk to our tourism operators to find out when they're getting gaps in availability to make sure we're, in market at the most appropriate time. So we were in market for a phase 2, and then we also went back into market with a phase 3. So the 360% refers to the full amount of time that we were in market when we actually started doing some cooperative activity where our tourism operators would actually put some cash in on the table as well. And those campaigns saw a further increase in those leads to operators. And some of the feedback we had from some of them is that that sort of click-throughs to their offers went up by 100 or 200% as an individual operator, and they said it was one of the most fantastic things they'd ever been involved with. Growth in social media followers, growth in bookings, all of that flowed as a result of that, which is one of the reasons we won that gold award, because those stats were so impressive.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. One more question. Yep. In the education and workplace development, it lists there that supported 56 business with employment outcomes and 60 businesses with training outcomes. Sue-Ann, if you wouldn't mind just expanding on that, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So this was achieved through the Regional Skills Investment Scheme. We had a dedicated officer who was able to achieve these significant outcomes, and it was primarily through 3 key industries that were targeted as part of that scheme, which was agriculture, health and allied services, and tourism and hospitality. So the 56 businesses with employment outcomes was a direct result of that work, where shortages were identified through agri, hospitality and health, and that particular officer then made the connections with agencies to be able to source suitable candidates to fill those positions, as well as support through our very own jobs website, Scenic Rim Jobs. And the training, the 60 businesses with training outcomes, this was provided through a number of agencies and through a number of Australian and state government funding programs. The service providers included TAFE, Business Mentoring for Growth program. We had pre-employment programs funded by the Australian government through Agri-Skills Development program, and businesses, as a consequence, were flush with training and achieved a positive outcome, which ultimately enhanced their business, enhanced the employees' experiences as well in those particular businesses.
And if I could just add to that, Councillor, the other really great benefit is that we have trained businesses how to access training dollars that the state have, and that was a fundamental goal of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy scheme, is that that those things are hard to uncover when you're busy working in your business. Because we have 98% of our businesses are small business, small to micro, this was a great opportunity for them to get exposure to programs that they wouldn't otherwise access the dollars from. So we're very grateful to the state government for the support of this program.
Thank you, GM, and thank you very much for those responses and the great work.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Certainly, just worth noting that that funding table, the success with attracting funding from other layers of government compared to the value that's created for our community overall is quite noteworthy in the difference that it makes for us. If there's no further questions, I'll ask GM to introduce recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. For your consideration is that Council acknowledge the progress and implementation of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025 and the annual report card covering the period since its adoption in February 2020 to 30 June 2021.
Seeker mover, Councillor West. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder. I saw Councillor McConnell there. Councillor West, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. Just to say, well done. It's a wonderful report card and how easy it is to understand. And I'm thinking for our residents, just to see where all the grants have come from and what we have done, and also for our chambers of commerce. But it's a great document. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor West said. It's a well laid out document that is easy to read and shows the benefit of a good strategy across the whole sector. So well done.
Yes. Well said. Any further wishing to speak? Not. Councillors, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? It is also carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Well carried. It's a big task that you continue to champion, and it is certainly delivering powerful results for the region. So thank you to the team. We move to item 10.7.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Unintentionally, I think our portfolio has the theme of grants today. Ones we've achieved for the organisations and one we're giving out to the community. So here's yet another program of a series of grants. And 10.7 is around the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agri-Tourism Industry Development Program. This is the Phase 1 closeout report today. And I have with me Economic Development Officer, Business and Industry, Cameron Thomas, and Brenda, who are going to cover this report. I am going to ask if Cameron would like to present the highlights of this report. I think you have the microphone there, Cameron.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. Yeah, obviously this report is to close out Phase 1 of our Agribusiness Agri-Tourism Development Program. This initiated after a range of local producers advocated to council, and the regional prosperity team was successful in securing grant funding. So Phase 1 included of the program included a business development program for 15 local agricultural producers, and also the establishment of the industry steering group, which is moving towards a legal entity of a formalised food and agri network, and exploring those opportunities at the moment. Regionality, Rose Wright facilitated both parts of these programs, which was well regarded, and the key outcomes was that the 15 local producers were able to explore their opportunities, see the growth and collaboration, and work through some challenges with each other. So all in all, a great program, expanding on it already strong agriculture and agritourism sectors within the region.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Cameron, for that great report. My question is probably to do with only a section of this phase one, and that was the farm to plate exchange, which I participated a little bit in, and it was an outstanding success and absolutely fantastic for the region. Were there any outcomes and learnings from the remainder of the agri development program?
So probably should clarify, the Farm to Plate event was a separately funded program Council got grant funding for and sponsored. It just so happens that Regionality is the owner of that event nationally and delivered that, and I suppose in concert to when they were contracted to deliver this program. But is your question more relating to the direct outcomes of capacity and capability building for this program? Is that what did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, generally for the remainder of the agri business program.
Of the phase 2 and 3?
No, of the phase 1.
Of the phase 1. Okay, so it was a wonderful outcome to see over 51 businesses show interest in this program when it was first released, and the steps that they've undertaken to refine the opportunities that were uncovered. I think we've reported previously around 24 farms were considered as a part of the development program, and that's gone through several different iterations where people have been able to test their concept, work through the opportunity and look to see how and when they'll implement those new business strategies. The remainder of the project is for them now to explore those, and there's been many meetings held through concept meetings with our planning area and the economic development area to explore and unpack what those opportunities that have been identified through the business development phase can actually deliver, and to evolve those ideas to ensure that they can operate on farm or on premise, wherever that may be, in order for them to develop and realise, I guess, the goals that were identified. The mentoring that's been a part of this program, I think, has also been a really important part, and that's helped develop other relationships, I think, that has occurred between the businesses that might not, other collaborations and things that might not have been able to have developed where businesses didn't know each other in the region, and some have helped each other solve problems, where supply chain issues might exist, or where there have been learnings of businesses that have been in, in development or in growth over the last 10 years are able to help some of the new startups and the new concepts that are being considered by businesses that have jointly participated in the program.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillors, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 45, if I could, just above the budget, the 14 operators participated. Now that phase 1 is completed and phase 2 goes on to some other stuff, how will we keep that sort of progress going and include more operators?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We've already started. There were, when we did the expressions of interest and evaluated the applicants, there were some applicants who, some for privacy reasons in terms of their concept, and some for other reasons, weren't sort of available to take part in that first round. There were 6 of those who've already done their subsequent session. And I guess what it's opened up now are the awareness amongst that group of people and the collaboration that happens, that they're aware of the opportunity. So as recently as yesterday, we had another group in Chambers talking to us and wanting to understand with Mark Lohman and planning a little bit more about the planning scheme and what opportunities there might be for the rest of the industry. So it's happening now.
So it's actually grown from what we intended into businesses looking at not all of council approach, but a wider approach to building the business.
Yes, absolutely. And the ideas that they have vary enormously, as you would expect, across the sector. In some cases, the program takes people who have an idea and tells them why that might not be the best idea, which is just as impactful. So sometimes it's they'll explore that idea and unpack that and go, actually, that's not what I want to do at all, but I might go down this path instead. So it's giving them the tools, the understanding, the support, the mentoring to actually pursue where they want to go and examine whether that might be the right way to proceed.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes.
They define themselves.
No, sorry, I didn't have the mic on. Yeah. Come back at some time.
Yes, I might need to come back to. I'm just going through them in my head, but I'd like to give you the proper answer. So if I can come back to you on that. Yes.
Appeal is to different areas.
Yes.
I'm just looking at some other statistics here, Councillor McInnes. I think it's about 50-50. Just you know, from what I can see, the types of businesses.
I guess from recollection of some of the prior discussion on this, is there true to say that part of the challenge here is that some of them start out thinking they're doing agribusiness and find they're better at moving towards an agri-tourism? So where they might define themselves might be different to how they're now seen in the market. Is that part of what some of them have found?
I think for some of them, certainly, Mayor. Some of them don't know what they don't know. And I think being exposed to other people who've been on that journey and who may be several years ahead of them in that process to understand their learnings and the obstacles they face and how to set a realistic time frame for things and what expectations might be, what legislative requirements are involved, how long things can take at times to do all that they need to do to get their ducks in a row to be able to trade in that particular space. So it's different for every applicant and for every participant, but I guess the model that we've come up with of supporting them through that and providing it is relevant for all of them.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Thank you. GM, we might move forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The recommendation for your consideration today is that 1, Council endorse the outcomes of Phase 1 of the Scenic Rim Agribusiness Agritourism Industry Development Program delivered in partnership with Regionality. And 2, that Council acknowledge the establishment of the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry Steering Group, which may evolve as a peak industry body within the region. And 3, that Council acknowledge the source of funding from the Queensland Bushfire Category C Flexible Funding Program administered by the Department of Communities to deliver the Scenic Rim Agribusiness Agritourism Industry Development Program. And 4, that Council acknowledge and thank the industry specialists, Regionality, engaged to deliver Phase 1 of the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism Industry Development Program, and the businesses, key stakeholders, Chambers of Commerce, Destination Scenic Rim, relevant government agencies and Council's Regional Prosperity and Communications Business Unit for their contributions which have resulted in the success of Phase 1.
Seek a mover, councillors. It'd be nice if we had on screen. Seek a mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? I seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Yes, if I could please, Mr Mayor. I think this is a a fantastic report on an initiative shown by council, funded by state, and overreaching, I think, what we actually set out for. I think the officers need to be commended for their dedication and the way they've approached this. I have spoken to a few businesses out there, and they said you couldn't be more helpful, and actually helping with the government side of stuff, and so they don't go down paths that don't lead to success. I won't say fail, but don't lead to success in a timely manner. And I think we all look forward to phase 2. So well done.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? I'm seeking leave to speak additionally. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to congratulate the officers as well. And I think one of the most significant outcomes of this phase 1 is the steering group. And we know that the initial agribusiness and agritourism operators have always lobbied for that, but there's never been any funding for that to happen. So this is really fantastic that now they're well on the road to that. I also just want to acknowledge Rose and her team from Regionality who've been involved in the Scenic Rim for ever since the inception, actually, and they certainly endear themselves to our producers, and they've had some amazing results. We were really lucky to have them this time, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? No, I would just add and concur with the preceding comments. And councillors, this is a really great example to me of the change dynamic that council's achieved over recent years to move to be a very support and solution-centric council that is trying to lift businesses up so they can grow, because council can't do the heavy lifting. Businesses have to be able to do it. And this is another example of, in relative terms, small dollars, big impact, based on really high capability from the team and from those that we very selectively partner with to deliver pragmatic impact rather than theoretical. So thank you and well done, and commend the motion. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor, anything to close? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move to item 10.8, page 49 of our agendas. And GM, I'll ask you to introduce once more.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.8 is the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2026 and the Community Engagement Policy. I have with us officers in the room, Community and Stakeholder Engagement Officer Lynn Mendes, of course Brenda, who is the manager of this area, and I also have Margie Jackson, who is the Special Projects Officer working on community our customer experience strategy implementation. I'm going to ask if Lynn would like to introduce this item and provide an overview of the highlights of the report, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I'm introducing today the amendment to the Community Engagement Policy and the brand new first ever Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2026. As stated, this is the first time we've actually designed this kind of a strategy, and it aims to guide the way council designs and manages interactions with the community. This is a very exciting time for the community to be on the receiving end of a consistent managed approach that will move out across council in all the engagement activities that we conduct. The strength it adds to any projects that are delivered and the informed decision making that's offered to not only internal staff but also obviously to our elected representatives is a great advantage across the wider realm of Scenic Rim. The recommendation obviously is to adopt the revised council policy, which promotes a centre-led engagement practice, and to also adopt the first ever community engagement strategy. The highlights of the strategy include the framework of IAP2, which is the International Association of Public Participation. This is the benchmark of our industry standard, and it's consistent across Australasia, and we are members of that association. with the experience in this position and also the training that will be received across the organisation, we will find that there will be a lot more practitioners of the IAP2 spectrum and framework, and we'll be delivering all 15 specific actions out of the strategy over the next 5 years. I ask if there are any questions on either of these documents.
So points for clarity to matters in the report, councillors, and then to the documents perhaps, just to get a little bit of structure.
Sorry.
You're right. Firstly, to the report, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lynn. The report outlines that there are different levels of consultation that are required for different issues. Could you please outline some examples of this different levels of consultation?
I'm happy to do that.
Thanks,
yes, Councillor. So it talks to inform, consult, involve, collaborate and empower. And I'm assuming you'd like just a couple of examples in each of those and how we might utilise those. So inform is the basis of us informing the community, providing information to make a formal, an informed response. Could be in the form of fact sheets explaining road closures or bridge works. It could be in the form of our annual report or our community budget report, media releases, notifications on program announcements, grants and the like. Or could perhaps even be final outcomes of work previously done by council. So it's a method of being able to keep the community informed. To consult, there is a couple of great examples of that. The first being the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme, and now more recently the major amendment. They're good examples of conducting consultation to develop important strategic documents to guide the growth and development of the region. And then in addition, the growth management strategy, which is currently being developed, where there's opportunities to for the community to respond to draft documents, ensuring that we're hearing the community and their input and seeking feedback so that that work can inform the finalisation of a strategy such as the growth management strategy. Under involve, that's where the connected community strategies and workshops that we've seen recently when undertaking the work to develop the community and culture strategy, kitchen table talks where we have conversations or focus groups, and we want the community to provide us the depth of information that we're seeking to inform whatever project it might be. Another great example of involving the community in the development of work is the Customer Centricity Project led by Margie here, which involves stakeholders coming in focus groups, and they provided direct feedback in no uncertain terms on their customer experiences with council, and that work has shaped a lot of the work that has been done with this strategy, with the customer experience strategy, our communication strategy, and most importantly our new customer charter. So I think it's an excellent way of showing that involvement. The collaboration piece, the Tamborine Mountain Library design process, for example, where the community has been prioritising the list of design elements they would like to see included in that space, is an example of how to collaborate with the community. Another really poignant one is the Bow Desert Town Centre Revitalisation Project, and in particular establishing the Bowie Hub, which was the first for council to have a physical presence within that precinct, and that allowed for a series of community consultations to develop that project and form elements of the development of the project, including, say, for example, community art, heritage, and working with our Indigenous communities. Empower, I think there's a couple of really great examples of the Empower, and one you just adopted with council and just passed some commentary on, and that is the agribusiness and agri-tourism project. And Councillor West pointed out before that industry sector has for a very long time tried to mobilise and organise and move forward, and through us, and you acknowledge the efforts of the creativity of officers to find the funding for those projects, that has been able to provide a whole range of opportunities not realised in any other way. Through the initial support and advice and the research, that project is ultimately going to now be an industry-led project. It's a great example of us empowering that industry to move forward. I think the other very good example is the Water for Worrell project, where council has funded the first phase of that project in conjunction with local producers and irrigators, which led to a phase 2 being co-funded with council and the Water for Worrell irrigators, and then ultimately forming the Water for Warrell Proprietary Limited by Guarantee Company. That's now been established, and that that project is empowering this group to progress that the intent of that project and to apply with state government support to federal government funding. And I think whether this might be our first ever community engagement strategy, but I don't think it's our first rodeo in terms of how council has been informing, consulting, involving, collaborating and empowering this community. This now gives us a structure and strategy to build on that, and that foundation has been set now for many years to come.
Thank you. Clarification. Do you have,
yes.
Councillor Swanbury, you have a question?
Yeah, just a question on the IAPT spectrum. I think in all our consultations, would it be correct to say that we need to be upfront and say at what level of the spectrum in each particular consultation we do? Because from my experience working with this, it's about managing expectations when you go out there on certain levels, and people need to understand that, otherwise they become disillusioned when we don't do everything they say.
Yeah, that's a very, very valid point, Councillor. And I think now by putting a strategy such as this in place, and I think it was mentioned by Lynn earlier before, this is now documenting our practices moving forward, and it will become very clear to the community through other tools that are mentioned in this report how we intend to deliver on the promises of the projects that are being delivered, and they'll be very clear to the community what we're doing in terms of those projects, whether we are just informing them on something or whether we're inviting people to participate and to be involved and then collaborate, or us working with a group to empower them. So I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think this strategy is about setting that, unless you would like to make any further comments, Lynn.
I don't usually specify the particular 5 terms in connecting with community. We provide the opportunity, we actually explain that. In the community engagement planning process, we actually decide potentially what is in scope and what's out of scope. So we clearly defined what the output of this potential project or program of work is likely to deliver. And a project can sit actually across a couple of these bands at any given time, sometimes at the same time and sometimes following. If we do a planned multi-stage engagement process, it might be due to major local disaster or constraints placed on the community at the time that we change the shift of things or the dialogue around a project. And sometimes it's dependent upon the timeline of the project as to where we sit. But it's clearly explained in the introduction of each project to the community when we do go to engage what it is we're seeking their input for and what the potential outcomes are.
Thank you. Further questions, Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In any engagement, you need to make sure you get a wide range of voices heard. How do you cut through from the people that are well engaged and participate in this sort of engagement with the people who probably don't normally do this sort of thing and get their opinion, make sure that their voices are heard, as well as the people who quite regularly do engage in your programs?
It's an ongoing challenge in engagement to reach everybody, but in the reporting process and analysing who we've actually heard from, we seek to see not only who's in the conversation but who also is missing. Back to the engagement planning process, we actually identify key areas that we of groups of people that we may need to specifically reach out to, and we decide on how we communicate that and how we do actually reach those groups. Sometimes in my experience it's been we've actually gone to particular groups and asked how they want to be communicated with on particular projects to ensure that we actually hear a wide range of voices. Ultimately it sits with the community member as to whether they feel compelled to voice their opinion or not. It's that, like I said, it's an ongoing challenge in this industry, but we make every effort to provide those varying opportunities so people are heard.
Councillor Enright, you have a further question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and perhaps an extension of Marshall's previous point. I note with some excitement the community engagement tool and the online community engagement portal. I think that provides a great opportunity to engage, but I'd be very happy to hear your thoughts on how that might be delivered and expanded. Thanks.
I, as a community engagement practitioner, look for a multitude of ways to reach out to community, and the digital space has been a very exciting space in the last few years in particular, with tools that have a wide variety of connection and types of conversations that we can hold. Traditionally, we've held many different ways of face-to-face engagement and reaching out to people, be it with town hall meetings or forums, focus groups and the like. Whatever we've done face-to-face, we can actually do online as well. That's a really exciting part of digital engagement. However, I will always counsel that a digital platform is another tool in our kit. It does not replace face-to-face or traditional methods, but it is certainly a welcome addition to what it is we do. Advantages with the digital space is meeting people where they are. It's very notable in my industry at this point in time that that's a very challenging part. COVID's been a great learning space, especially. Accessibility for those in our community with constraints, for example, distance, mobility, or even technical support. An example would be screen readers, and timing. Not everyone has time to turn up to a face-to-face meeting, but providing an online possibility is another opportunity. Not everyone feels the need to respond to consultations. However, the portal becomes a one-stop shop for the project information with updates, reports and engagement events. Another advantage in that digital space is I can actually report on who's actually read the information, even if they don't feel compelled to respond to that project. And that's a fantastic way of seeing how many people you've actually reached. And it puts a lot of the response numbers into context as well as to the level of importance or priorities that people place on these projects. And the reporting includes the demographics of who's responded as well through a registration process, which is a one-off with the platform.
Thanks for that clarification. Any further questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Swamborough.
I haven't had a look at the portal yet, but with the portal, is council proactive in inviting people to comment, or is there a list of projects that people have to recognise that's one of interest to them, and then they can go on and put a comment? So it's just how is the initial target market chosen with all of these projects?
Sorry, I just might offer a clarification. The portal is under development. As the report states, we're hoping to have that launch in early 2022, and that's an action out of the current operations plan. So Lynn might just want to talk briefly, because we'll be bringing a report back to council for the adoption and launch of that early in the new year. So it's currently under development. Any member of the community is welcome to go to the site. At any stage, people can read any piece of information on the homepage and or the project pages. However, to respond to the actual engagement activity, we require that they register, and that registration process, they are required to register. Sorry. They're required to register and answer a few demographic questions. So again, that gives us a clue as to who's in the conversation. The registration is required so that we can do the analysis of who's participating. And unlike social media, though, the engagement portal actually has a moderation policy as well, so that we actually can moderate conversation to make sure that we maintain the transparency, but also the respect value of responses through this process. There is a marketing and communications plan written to launch the project. As with any of our projects, when we reach out through engagement, we actually promote the engagement specific to those projects. For instance, the draft growth management strategy will be one of those initial projects, and they will have their posters out in our venues and so forth, and be promoting through their usual channels and a media release and so forth to announce that you have that opportunity. But we'll also be promoting the platform itself in its own right for people to understand that there is another way of actually connecting with these projects.
Councillor Swamborough, further question?
Yeah, just a question in relation to moderation. Obviously, this is a really sticky one, when you're inviting consultation, will there be a policy or guideline or something in relation to how that moderation works? I'd hate to, be bombarded with complaints that I tried to say something and I was moderated and not allowed to do it for some reason. So yeah, we just need to have a very transparent policy in relation to how that moderation is going to work.
Certainly, it's a moderation statement. It's linked on the bottom of the homepage. Anytime we have an open public-facing conversation, it will be linked there as well, to be quite specific as to the rules of engagement as such. And the moderation policy, for the most part, covers language, identification of people. That's not only the naming of people, but it's also if you clearly describe someone and it's obvious to the public who that person would be, we would actually request. With the registration process, I'm able to reach out to the person that may have wanted to contribute a comment that doesn't meet the moderation standard, and we explain to them why that hasn't met it and ask them to resubmit if they would like to clarify their statement in accordance with that statement there.
So when you're asking a question about locality, it's not envisaged, is it, that some people in a different locality to where a project is going are excluded from commenting? Is it all going to be open to everybody in the Scenic Rim to comment on anything that happens in the Scenic Rim?
Yes, it is. All projects are open. The portal itself is public facing. People outside Scenic Rim can also comment on projects. But again, that's identified through the registration process, because every time I run a report on a project, it will include demographic information. And just to explain again what that demographic information would be, it would be gender, birth year, town or suburb, cultural background, and there's a tick all that apply question, which is I live in Scenic Rim, I am a ratepayer in Scenic Rim, I work in Scenic Rim, I am a student in the Scenic Rim, I am a visitor to the Scenic Rim. That's attached to every report we make. That's the only identifiers we include.
Moderation, Councillor, is really about respectful two-way communication.
Sorry.
And just for statistical accuracy, you're not going to ask for an age range, because obviously, if you have an age range in there, you can understand whether, if you're talking about childcare and you have, 90% of the responses are from people who are 60 and over, you might consider that you haven't hit the target market in relation to that particular thing.
And that's why we ask for birth year. That in itself never dates. We don't actually ask people to tick an age range, so that all data that's collected through that registration process remains current, unless someone moves and then they change their town. But that's actually reported in that system, and certainly that's part of the analysis, is who have we reached and who's missing in the conversation. If I had a skate park and everyone was male and over 70, I'd consider that maybe all the males over 70 might like to skate, but there's potentially some people missing out of that decision-making process.
We just might have to have lower ramps.
And an ambulance on standby.
We might have a further education on risk analysis. Thank you. And now, the documents themselves, we've probably wanted a bit out of the report already into some of the other material, but anything else, councillors? Not, we'll move ahead with the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your consideration. Have a three-part recommendation. That one, Council adopt the revised Council policy, Community Engagement CM01.03CP, which outlines Council's commitment to engaging the community, ensures Council's decisions benefit from community input, and continually seeks feedback and improves community engagement practices. That two, Council adopt the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2026, which aims to guide the way Council designs and manages interactions and engagement with the community and informs its decision making. And three, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2026 if required, after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Seeker mover. Councillor Enright. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a second. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a very exciting day for our region. I think there is nothing more important, or nearly very important, than how we engage with our community. It's very much a two-way conversation, and I think that this strategy and this policy puts in place a plan to enable this to happen like never before. So I'm really excited about the opportunities that will come with this, and I encourage our community to be a part of this as we travel along this journey.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will say a few words. Yeah, it's very important to engage with the community. It's probably a job that us councillors do quite regularly. We've got to gauge the community sentiment out there. So it's a challenging space because there's varying views. And when we come to this room to make decisions, it's really important that we can trust the data behind there. So I really need to make sure that whatever results come from our community engagement, that it can be trusted for us to make decisions based around that. So, yep, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all develops and how we use it in council. So,
thank you, Councillor Swanborough.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I think it's a step forward. A question I should have asked earlier is in relation to privacy legislation. Are people allowed to tick a box or say that they don't want their name or their age group or whatever retained on council records and then still get the opportunity to consult? Or are those people all going to be excluded from using this portal?
Sorry, Councillor, I think you might have misunderstood a piece of information, but
Yeah.
I'll allow the question, even though it's a little bit wrong point in the meeting again. But would you have a concise answer? So.
I've previously worked with the Office of Information Commissioner to develop a privacy statement with regard to digital portals. The reports that are run off the portal itself will include all that digital information that's been collected through the registration process. It will be locked down in what's called a raw data file. I've already investigated how we can do that within council. Only a select few would have access to that information, and that's just for record keeping. The information that's then provided to the project owner is actually what I would call clean data, which removes identifiers. It would still include the demographic information because that's a very important part of their reporting process on their projects. However, it would not have IP addresses, people's emails, unless it's been specifically asked for in the engagement process. It certainly wouldn't include their names. People, when they register, can nominate a username, which is where I recommend that you actually don't use your real name as your username. But no, there's no identifiers moving on through the project development phase.
And it's important to add, Councillor, to your first part of that query, the demographic data doesn't include someone's name. So it was gender, birth.
I've exercised pretty good latitude there. Can we just curtail that? We're actually speaking to a motion, just for clarity. Anyone else wishing to seek leave to speak to this motion? I would just add a comment. It is a great day. I agree with Councillor Enright. It's great to have the structure around a lot of things that have already been moving forward rapidly. And certainly to the comments in the room, the importance of getting rounded feedback in community consultation is important. We know what happens when you only get one voice in consultation. You can get a distorted view of what's the community attitude, and then you have the problem of backing out of that situation in a respectful way to engage your whole community. And it's great to see that we've got this structure going forward that can alleviate those concerns. Anyone else wishing to speak? Wish to speak to close, Councillor? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much for the work on this to date. Look forward to the next stages and trialling portals and so forth. Item 10.9, page 84. Councillors. GM, I ask you to introduce this again.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. And Lynn, you might like to stay for this item as well. Item 10.9, councillors, is the Scenic Rim Customer Survey Framework. And I think, Councillor Enright, if you were excited before, your cup's going to runneth over, because this item is yet another piece of the puzzle. This is a milestone out of the operational plan 2021-2022, is to develop a customer survey framework and to be endorsed by council. I think Councillor McConnell asked me at the last meeting around the operational plan, the progress of this, and we are slightly behind schedule. But that's to say, because we've put some extra work in to get to this point, lay the foundations so that we can move forward and start that genuine engagement through a customer survey, which is, like the portal, one tool that this organisation will use to engage. We have with us Margie Jackson. I mentioned earlier, Margie is the Special Projects Officer working specifically on the implementation of the customer experience strategy. And I just asked Margie if she would walk us through the development of this framework and highlights of the report, noting that Councillor would have read it. Thanks, Margie.
Thank you, General Manager, and thank you, councillors, for this opportunity. So just to quickly take you back a little bit, the Scenic Rim Regional Council Customer Experience Strategy 21-23 has only actually been adopted for not quite 6 months. So just a very quick recap, because it makes sense to what this is that was developed to positively influence every single interaction that council has with our customers, and as they are the center or the heart of our organization. One of the 3 themes within this strategy is refining customer experience, and one of those initiatives within that is to develop a customer feedback or customer survey program. So we also understand that we have quite a range of services that council provides. Some of those were bound by legislation to do them. Others, and they all have a very big impact on our community, our residents, their livelihoods, their health, well-being, and our environment within the Scenic Rim. So to bring this to fruition, there comes through as a key milestone also, as the General Manager mentioned, in our operational plan 21-22 within the open and responsive government. So council views surveying as our customers in our communities and also within our new customer charter. So it's part of the intent and also part of all within it's linked with all the commitments within that charter. We see surveying as one way to provide our customers and our communities with a very strong voice that we all appreciate and we need to listen to. So we also see surveying, there's this survey program has been intentionally designed so that we get a real holistic view, not just one view of their satisfaction or a type of perspective. It's a whole holistic view of how our customers and our residents across the region see us and how we deliver their services, not just what we do, but how we do it too. So within that, the program, I'll take you to the program. That's why it's designed. So we have a customer satisfaction survey, which will measure satisfaction on the delivery of our services. The customer effort score is a survey that's designed to measure how much effort is required to undertake those surveys from our customers. And then we will also do a community survey, which will be a large survey that will be conducted the year prior to developing the new corporate plan. And that is intended so that we can use that to help develop the next corporate plan. And then we will go back to our Net Promoter Score, which was the first survey that Scenic Rim Regional Council did in 2019. And then those will set benchmarks, and then we can use those benchmarks to continue to progress as an organization. Any questions?
Clarifications, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
I was just wondering, when is the next time the Net Promoter Score will be used again in this program?
So at the moment, that's scheduled, as it says in the program, to be conducted in 2025.
Other clarifications, councillors?
The first survey will be the customer, the first survey in early 2022 will be the customer satisfaction survey.
And it will be one of the first projects Lynn was talking about before, is about 3 projects will be released through the portal. So the community will get a first opportunity to utilise the portal to respond.
Any other clarifications? Any additional comment? Value? If not, maybe we'll go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you, for your consideration, is that 3-part recommendation. That 1, Council adopt the Scenic Rim Customer Survey Framework as outlined in this report. 2, Council acknowledge that the Scenic Rim Customer Survey Framework is aligned with the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2023 and the Council Policy Community Engagement CM 01.03 CP. And 3, that Council note the Scenic Rim Customer Survey Framework will form part of the community engagement procedure when delivered in early 2022.
Thank you. Councillors, a seeker mover. Get that up so we don't blind someone. Seeker mover. Councillor Enright. Yeah. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I know I'm going to have to get a bigger cup. This is equally exciting, and I'm really delighted that we have moved through to this project, and I'm really looking forward to the Let's Talk Scenic Rim in February next year, and I think that's going to be a great tool to develop our customer satisfaction survey, and it's an exciting time for the council, for this organisation, but also for our residents, for our visitors, for everyone that engages with our organisation throughout the region. So well done, Margie. Thank you very much. This is a really progressive step forward for our council.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for getting us to this stage. Thank you for that report. Councillors, we now move to item 10.10 on page 90 of your agenda, and we'll ask the GM to introduce this. I believe we're having the manager and principal specialist join us.
That's correct, Mayor. So item 10.10, we have Wayne Jarrett, our Principal Specialist for Development Assessment and Engineering, and Mark Duncan, the Manager of Planning and Development. Oh, sorry, Mark Lohman. I've got too many Marks. Mark. So item 10.10 today is MCU 20/109, the development permit for the material change of use for a function facility at Ryan Road in Taroom. It's described as Lot 4 SP1 Tyrone.
Taroom's a lot further outside the region.
It is a little bit further. Just checking if you're paying attention, you get the minties. Lot 4 SP 171786. And like I said, we have 2 officers here today, and I'm going to ask for Wayne to kick off this report. Thank you. It's been a long day. I should never have gone to that breakfast with you.
Principal Specialist. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Deborah. This application seeks approval for a function facility at Ryan Road, Tyrone. The proposal is to undertake wedding ceremonies and receptions on site utilising 2 lawn areas and an existing shed, though use of the shed is not anticipated in the initial operations. The application anticipates approximately 20 to 40 events per year, with a maximum of 120 guests on site per event. All events will be subject to a soft closure time of 10 p.m,
on weekends and 9 p.m. on weekdays. The applicant proposes to shuttle guests to and from the property using a local bus service with parking spaces provided on site for guests who cannot use the bus, as well as the wedding party and service providers. Portable toilets are proposed as facilities for guests. Specialist reports were provided by the applicant in support of the application. They include an acoustic report, traffic impact assessment, bushfire hazard analysis, and the proposal does not involve any construction activities or vegetation clearing, and we utilise existing features and buildings on the site. A total of 5 submissions were received, all were properly made, with concerns including impacts to the rural character of the surrounding properties, for example, the impact of noise, safety due to increased traffic on Ryan Road, waste management, wildlife management and fire risk. And we have included the requirement for an event management plan for the development. No live or amplified entertainment is proposed between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on any day. Happy to take questions.
Councillors? Points for clarification in the report. There's a lot of material there. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just a quick one in relation to noise. Once it's approved, who's responsible for a noise complaint? Who does it come to? Does it come to council or does it go to police?
I guess we have an event management plan and we have conditions relating to noise. In the first instance, it may be a police issue, but if it's deemed to be a non-compliance with conditions in relation to amplified music outside the times, it could be a compliance matter for council.
So if it's within the times?
It's a police matter. There's the acoustic report was undertaken for both lawns and established that there was sufficient space or distance between other sensitive receptors to undertake the activities. That doesn't mean that they won't have something on site that goes outside that. So,
yeah, that's sort of one of my concerns, because I've got 2 venues close to where I live, and one is 1.5 kilometres away, and I can still hear it. And I continually get complaints about the other one from people who are a kilometre away. Now, this one is in the middle of nowhere, where people have gone to have the peace and quiet. And once we approve this, then it's up to police to police any noise. Is that correct?
There's opportunities for both police and council. On a particular, say, a night when there's an event, police have the opportunity to respond and action it immediately. If it's an ongoing and systemic type issue, council through its conditions would action that.
How would you do it through conditions?
Well, there's overriding conditions about causing nuisance. There's the levels. So depending on the situation and what the complaints are, whether it's time or the volume of the noise, we can do measurements. We can compliance it that way. There's a range of options available to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, and just following up on that question, most of the submitters are across the road, yet you believe the noise will head southeast rather than southwest, I take it.
The noise measurement did take into account.
Sorry, I should have added that.
Yeah, they did take into account the location of sensitive receivers. There's a noise attenuation fence that's proposed. Also, it really is only in the initial phase wedding ceremonies that is proposed on the site. there is a venue for receptions elsewhere. It's not part of this application.
Yeah, just following on from that, well, by that you're saying they have to, if they want to have receptions there as such, they have to apply again?
No, not at all. No, it's just the receptions will be located in an area that's behind the lawn, so it's further distance from those sensitive receptors.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, then Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Wayne. I note the traffic report and the ability to transport guests via the minibuses. Presumably they'll be parking somewhere else where they're collected by the bus. Does the report capture off-site parking where there would be a collection point elsewhere?
Not necessarily. We take into account the impacts to the site, so trucks coming or buses coming to and from, so that the capacity on the road or the capacity for the road to take what's proposed, and parking on site, not necessarily parking elsewhere.
As Wayne indicated before, the applicant also has a reception venue where part of the business model is that the people would park there, be bussed out for the ceremony, and then return to the reception centre. So the parking will be as in effect at the reception centre off this site.
Not a part of this application specifically?
No, not specifically, no.
Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, is there any requirement for them to have a liquor licence for their operation?
Not with council.
No, but does council require that they, so council doesn't have to, it can be silent on this particular issue?
Well, we don't regulate liquor licensing. If they wish to have a liquor licence, they could probably approach state government about that.
So if they did get a liquor licence, then the compliance action most likely would fall through a number of channels, wouldn't it? It'd go to the Liquor Licensing Commission. They would put conditions on it, probably in relation to noise and stuff like that as well, which is what they normally do, and in relation to live music and stuff like that. So we'd have multiple agencies trying to police the noise. We could actually have the Liquor Licensing Commission, we could have the police, we could have council, all doing the same thing, and we, you know, it would be a very difficult thing to police, wouldn't it not?
I don't think liquor licensing police noise.
I can tell you that St Bernard's Hotel is subject to liquor licensing noise restrictions, and they take them very seriously.
That same scenario applies to any licensed premises anywhere in Queensland. They're required to comply with various requirements at various levels of government, and they have to comply with them all. You know, in some ways, it's almost over-regulation of noise. So there's surety that either the police, council, or liquor licensing have the opportunity to regulate this.
Clarifications, Councillor Enright.
Well, just going back to noise, would the noise report have been working on the ceremony on the lawns as opposed to the reception in the barn, or were both of those scenarios factored in?
No, that's correct. On the top lawn, the noise assessment included receptions. So that, I think that was the reason that they insisted on the acoustic fence being in that area.
And lawn one only being ceremony rather than reception.
That's right.
Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just going back to the noise, in relation to how they work that out. Obviously, they don't go out there with the speakers that a person's going to use, set it up and measure it that way. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not a noise expert, but if you turn it around and we're talking about compliance, we would take a noise meter out there and measure the noise that's being emitted
But
at certain places outside the boundary of the property.
But once we approve this, it's then approved. So I just feel that it's in a country area with no one around. Having lived out in something like that when I was young and listening to music and having the neighbour come across who was quite a while away, I just struggle with an approval for somewhere in a rural area or farming area where it changes the piece of, the life that they have out there. So all of the submitters were worried about noise. And I struggle because different types of music carry different distances. The doof music and stuff like that. So I just worry that we're going to approve, I don't want to put it against them, but I just struggle that how we would keep that within the confines of not confines, but within the confines of the application.
So part of the conditions of approval is that they prepare a site management plan specifically around noise. So this addresses a range of issues, particularly about where noise generating activities are conducted, where the speakers are pointed. There's a lot of management issues that they can undertake to mitigate noise. Just simply having the speakers pointing to the valley rather than back at the neighbours. So for the most part, managed properly, there's usually not a problem. Now, with noise, it's not a matter that the neighbours won't hear the music, it's whether it's going to be a nuisance or not. And that will vary from person to person. But with the noise reports, they look at what a reasonable person could expect. And so the report as presented indicates that it can operate in such a way that not to be unreasonably noisy to the neighbours. Now, when a noise report is prepared, one of the things they do is site measurements, and so they do a background noise check. And obviously, the more rural the area, the more remote it is, the lower that background is. That then pulls down the levels of noise that you can generate. So it makes it harder for them. They have to keep their noise generation lower than, say, they would have to in a city type area. So with a noise management plan, actual limits of the decibel limits generated from the site and other controls, we believe that the use can operate within the reasonable noise constraints.
Can I just clarify, is that what, just to add to that, condition 8 on page 92 refers to what you just discussed?
That's right. So that's an overall limit that we can then actually measure. So we have conditions which talk about how they manage and how they operate. Then we also have hard and fast decibel limits that we can actually measure and indicate where they're exceeding background levels by too much. So it gives us several different ways of actually policing, and this is standard on most applications where we have conditions that talk about not to create a noise nuisance, but then we'll also back it up with actual measurements that they've got to adhere to.
Councillor Swanborough, you had a further question?
Yeah, look, it's just in relation to these noise complaints. Applicants are always putting in noise reports, and the trouble I always have with all of them, quite frankly, is that you get what you pay for. And the way things are assessed quite often, can err a little bit on the side of the person who's paying the bill for the report. And so we have planning officers who have admitted they're not noise experts, and yet you have to make a judgment about noise when making a recommendation to us, which is difficult because, you know, we all know in those rural country areas that a noise fence is totally useless, acoustic fence is probably totally useless. The noise just goes up and around over the top of them. And yeah, and those people who live in those communities are used to and have lived for years and years and years in a peaceful environment. And the fact that they're going to hear a wedding going on from 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night, you know, 40 times a year, is going to take away from their enjoyment of that particular property. And so I still have serious concerns about the noise that will come from this property.
So just before the manager is able to answer that, I probably should just put in context the statement that you've referred to the officers admitting that they're not noise experts in relation to the question that was asked about the technical parts of earlier. The officer said on the basis of that he was not a noise expert. I think it's there's other processes which I'm sure the manager is going to talk about, how noise is assessed appropriately through the professional channels in assessing reports such as this.
I just would clarify, just ask the question of officers. I note that part of the commentary there from, which wasn't quite a question, but I allowed it anyway. There's a professional qualification for acoustic analysis, and I'm presuming as a point of clarity that these are professional operations and they have a proper process to run to, so we should be careful about impugning their professional integrity and be able to rely on the report. There's no other process to.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in relation to reports, we do have officers within council that are qualified to review these reports. Our environmental health teams, including myself, have background in noise management, so we're able to review these reports. Now, we go to a certain point. Now, we can identify where there's issues in that report, and if there are, and this needed, we can go to peer review. So we'll engage our own expert to do that. But that's only where the reports we believe potentially have flaws, or you know, we just can't see how the results reflect the inputs. So on that basis, we would go to external peer review.
Councillor McConnell.
Just in relation to noise complaints. So you get a noise complaint that you have to act on. What happens from there? So 3, 4, 5 of the 4 of the neighbours put in a noise complaint. Where do we go from there?
Okay, I'm just cautious about doing scenarios that these when applicants are being addressed, that there's an assumption that they're going to breach their conditions. So in general terms, when we receive a complaint about noise, our compliance people would investigate. They talk to the people that are making the noise complaint to find out what the circumstances are, and then try and corroborate that, as well as investigate with the developer that's operating it. Now, our normal situation is that if there's levels of enforcement. If it's a first-time offence and you know, they're able to modify and they're willing to modify their habits, it proceeds on that basis. If there's some type of legal action required, we then progress to that. But the first thing is to actually assess and see if there is an issue, both by the complainant, other people in the area, and the operator themselves.
So in this one, hypothetically, not in this case, but it's found that he needs to turn it down, and then a couple of times later it happens again. I'm just trying to, like, everyone's had noisy neighbours. And I'm just trying to, because sometimes they get it and then they stop for a couple of weeks and then they go again, and it's just a continual, every couple of weeks there's a noise complaint. So when does it become?
Councillor, I think we're in a place that you can't reasonably deal with in a planning report. You're now talking about compliance processes.
Yeah,
and
I'm just trying to.
One of the challenges for us in, just be clear, we're discussing a planning decision today, and planning decisions are about, you're relying on providing clarity for people to do a compliant development. And to provide them adequate information to give a robust basis for a compliant step forward. And if we want to have a discussion about the hypothetical processes of managing compliance action, that's probably a matter for a different forum. It's quite concerning if we go down this path of having a long discussion about potential non-compliance as the basis for whatever we come up with as a decision, is not a good place for us to be.
I'm just concerned that I don't want to approve what we call a legacy issue.
Well,
that's in my head what I'm trying to.
And so that's about clarity of what's in the conditions. Clarity of what's in the conditions, councillor, that's, I think, in my understanding and from discussions we've had over a few years, it's very clear what we can and should consider and what it's more risky for us to start discussing around hypotheticals. And what our focus, we've got professional evaluation, we've got professional reports, we've got a professional proposal around conditions to mitigate those concerns. And that's where we should focus our attention rather than around hypotheticals for compliance. I'm just going to encourage you to come back closer to what the planning discussion is. Councillor Swanborough.
Yeah, look, is there any benefit in your learned viewpoint about having a peer review of the acoustic report, or are you totally satisfied that it's accurately reflects the circumstances out there in the field?
We're satisfied the report is accurate. Otherwise, we would have requested a peer review, and we do that on a reasonably routine basis, not only across noise but other aspects as well. So, I just probably want to make the point that with the noise reports, it's about identifying whether it can operate within bounds. Now, it is a predictive report. There's no doubt about that. So the proof is in the pudding is when they operate. And that's why we have these fallback mechanisms of the management plan, the noise levels and the like. But what the applicant has demonstrated is it can operate within the noise requirements that are set by council and the state. So it can operate within that. It's then a matter of them in their operations ensuring that happens.
Further questions, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Margaret, perhaps a more technical question on page 92 of the report, and it talks about noise disturbance. Perhaps just an understanding for myself of the daytime readings, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the background plus 5 decibels for dwelling and or other sensitive land use. And then the at commercial premises background plus 10 decibels. I just wanted to understand what the context of the commercial premises is and why the acceptable increase.
Okay, the two parts to the question there is basically what does a 5+ dBA mean? So when I mentioned before about rural areas having a lower background noise, so a nighttime reading out in some rural areas 25, 27 dBA, very low. In town that could be as much as 35. So that's why this is linked to what the background noise is. So there's a reasonable understanding of what the noise levels are in the neighbourhood. So this is a standard condition. So at a commercial premises, there's a greater allowance for noise because it's not necessarily a sensitive place in that people are trying to sleep or go about their normal, domestic uses. That's a standard level of noise, realising the difference between commercial areas and residential areas. In this case, there's probably not any commercial premises close by, but as I say, it is a standard condition that we put in.
So just to clarify then, potentially it may not apply if there wasn't it's not referring to the fact that the venue is a commercial entity, it's about another, if it was in a commercial environment.
That's right. And look, at the moment, there's probably no commercial premises around there, but there's nothing to say that in the future there was some other commercial operation nearby, that might commence. This then would come into its own.
Thank you. Further clarifications to what's before us? Okay. Councillors, any other value add comments that need to be considered? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mark or Wayne, I'm just worried large coaches, and you say they're over 26 seating capacity, and I think if it's over 26, it's probably 50 seat coaches. Is the road capable of handling that sort of vehicle on a regular basis? A school bus, I understand, is probably only a 26 seater or smallish bus, but on a regular basis, the effect on the road too.
The traffic impact assessment or traffic analysis looked at coaches with a capacity of 26. Whilst the application itself mentioned capacity of 50 seats, we limited it to 26 or 25, just so it would maintain that alignment with the study that was done. And in terms of the capacity of the road, was shown from the study that there was capacity for the number of vehicles and that type of vehicle on that road. So it's a similar size to the school coach that goes up there, school.
And it's their opinion, is it, as well as ours, that you're better off having coaches rather than 10 cars, rather than one coach rather than 10 or 12 cars or something?
I guess so, and I think in relation to this proposal, it was linked to their business operations for their reception centre. So I guess it was part of what they were looking to do.
Thank you. Nothing further. We'll introduce the recommendation, and again noting this is a long set of conditions in the table. We may not require you to read each one of those, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping not to read the 25 of them. So, councillors, the recommendation before you is that council resolve to approve the development in respect to the following property. The real property description is Lot 4, SP 171786. Address of the property is Ryan Road, Tyrone. The site area is 41.22 hectares, and the proposal is a material change of use development permit for a function facility. 2, that the currency period for this development approval is 6 years starting the day that the development approval takes effect. Refer to section 85, lapsing of approval at the end of currency period of the Planning Act 2016. 3, that a development permit is given for material change of use development permit function facility subject to the following conditions, and the applicant shall submit in writing to council a minimum 2 weeks before the use is to commence a complete self-assessment on all conditions of approval for review, and outlined in the document are 25 conditions. And 3, that referral agency conditions are not applicable. 4, the advisory notes laid out that are listed A, B, C, D, E, F, G, as outlined. 5, that further approvals are required for A, the building approval and classification for all relevant structures, B, the plumbing approval, and C, an application for operational works is required prior to undertaking any filling, excavating and drainage works, not considering acceptable development. And 6, that the submitters be advised of the following: that Council has considered the matters relevant to this application, including your submission, and has resolved to approve the application subject to the listed conditions. Council is of the view that the development is competent and takes a satisfactory approach in its layout and design commensurate with the stated conditions of approval. And 7, that the decision notices be issued in accordance with Section 63 of the Planning Act 2016 to the applicant, submitters and referral agencies.
Councillors seek a mover. Councillor Enright again. Any further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Councillor Swanborough. Discussion with councillors. Yes.
Yeah. Just a question. Can you think of any grounds at all, if council was to refuse this, that would be justified in knocking back this resolution?
Just to clarify, councillor, you were asked for questions and you had none. That's not a discussion point. You're now back in questions. Again, I'll allow it, but please listen to the process. So asking a question isn't about a discussion. But there's a question an additional question that the councillor has asked.
If council was of a mind to refuse the application, I would suggest deferring this matter at least for some time, that council's concerns could be put into writing and be reflective of the planning scheme.
So just a question on that. My understanding of the answer, Mr. Mayor, is that you would use the desired outcomes part of the planning scheme to build a case why it would be rejected. Is that that what you're really saying?
That's what I heard.
No, I said I would take on board council's concerns and address that via the planning scheme to prepare grounds for refusal.
So, councillors, we have a motion before us with a set of conditions that's been through extensive review. Do you have any further discussion, Councillor McGuinness? Do you want to go back in questions before I go to discussion again?
No, I'll
refer
my. It's not a question. I'll make it as a statement.
Yeah. Discussion. Righto.
Discussion.
Questions.
As much as I've got problems with this, and for the neighbours, I've spoken with the neighbours. We're here to judge it against our planning scheme. And I think it actually does do that, as much as it does irk me in a lot of ways, but I think we owe it to the applicants and ourselves that we're here to judge it against the planning scheme, as I say, and unfortunately I would have to be voting in favour of it the way it stands.
Any other discussion, councillors, before we seek a mover? Just carefully, Councillor McConnell.
Has this sort of stuff happen often in relation to noise complaints for properties?
So,
you've been here a while.
Sorry, councillor, I'm not quite understanding. We're in a planning matter. You're talking about a compliance matter. Yeah, I understand my dilemma.
No, I'm not talking about compliance.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, have we refused? Have we voted against something that's come to council like this, or do we? Yeah.
So, councillor, we have had matters that were in the days of a planning and development committee that were recommended to reject from the committee on not proper grounds that we had to rectify.
Yeah.
On odour, we have rejected not just on odour, but on one particular matter, on questioning the veracity of the basis of the odour modelling, which is a bit more complex than noise because it has other factors. But I can't think of one on noise specifically in the last 5 years. And there's certainly been some conversations like today about questions and concerns about the balance, but noise, you know, there are definitive processes, and as has been said, there's peer review if there's a concern about the veracity of the process.
I just remember sitting in on a meeting when I was a controller about was it dog kennels at Harrisville or something? Yeah, which came to council for approval, but during the discussion, you didn't approve it, and that was over noise too, wasn't it? Yeah, that's where I'm. That's sorry. That's.
But that was because there wasn't clarity on that occasion about the ability to satisfy. Yeah, managing the noise of dogs, I think, was the conversation at the time. Yeah, so we just need to be cautious about going further down that conversation, councillors. I really must caution you about where you take that conversation. Councillor McGuinness has highlighted, we do have an obligation in the context of the planning scheme and on the basis of good faith information. Again, I guess the emphasis always is ensuring reasonable and prudent conditions, and based on genuine intent from an operator to comply with those conditions is the basis we have to make our deliberations, not on a bad experience somewhere else. That would be a dangerous way to make decisions, that's all, and would leave us exposed. Councillor Chalk, do you have a further comment or?
Oh, yeah, I'll make a comment, Mr. Mayor, if I could. Yeah, look, I'm really struggling with this as well. You know, this road wasn't designed for this type of action. You know, it's a rural block in a rural set area. The people who live on the road move there to escape any risk of this, and now we're going to have these influences right next door to them. They're going to sit on top of a hill, and if they can control noise from the top of a hill, if they ever heard a dingo howl, it travels for kilometres. So I think there's going to be compliance issues here, but obviously we can't worry about them in a planning matter too much. We just got to try to manage them as best as possible. I really fear for our whole community with these types of applications, because they're going to come thick and fast in the next few years with all with the different types of people trying to find ways to run businesses. And you know, if I lived next door to one of these, I'd be in my area. I just would really struggle, because it really takes away from the whole reason that you live there, is to not have to deal with this sort of stuff. But I do consider Duncan's thing that we got to see what our planning scheme says about it, and yeah, but I really am torn on this. It's a tough one for me.
Okay. No further discussion. Now seek a seconder. Councillor West. Anything further to add, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a good discussion on something that is a little difficult. I note an important line in the report about the planning scheme allows for low impact tourism and recreation used in rural zone. And I think that is, no, I don't know what page. It's in my notes. That I think is relevant to this application. I think when we look through the application, the applicant has addressed the concerns with traffic, with noise, and there are prescribed amounts that it can't exceed. I understand the challenges, but I think it's something that we do have to assess on what is submitted, and I think this is a reasonable application to provide additional economic benefit in Arachula, and the applicants have gone through the process that that we have to assess against. So I think worthy of support.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to speak against. It's a matter of judgment as to whether you consider this as low impact or not. I think 40 times a year on top of a hill in a quiet rural area is not low impact. I think it's probably an impact that's got the potential to destroy the livability of an area, as Councillor Chalk has said. And where are we ever going to draw the line on this? And if we don't make a stand somewhere, you know, as Councillor Chalk has pointed out, these things are going to keep on coming. And planning schemes are prefaced by overall outcomes about how we want to see strategically our whole area develop. Now, if we can't control that and it's out of our control, and all you've got to do is satisfy conditions of a planning scheme and get professional reports to say that you can do that, you know, we're on a really slippery slope in my view. And so, look, I don't support this one. I'll be voting against it because I fear for that whole rural region of our region.
Anyone else wishing to speak for? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I do share the views of the local councillors over that way, over that area, that this is somewhat concerning, and we may well see a lot more of these types of developments. But I guess what we have in front of us today is that this application ticks the boxes in the planning scheme as it is today, and there's certainly a suite there of reasonable and relevant conditions. So I don't see how we can make any other decision but to accept it.
Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else speaking against? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, I'll speak against. Yeah, look, I agree. I don't think this is low impact. For an area with such a low bar that's set, is going to be impactful and quite major, I think. So I'll be voting against it.
Anyone else wishing to speak for? I will speak for if no one else is coming forward. I think, yeah, I note all those discussions. I note that I regularly get matters from people who have shifted into rural areas and then found what used to be just a quiet, small farm next door to them suddenly have a major packing shed on a property, and there's no constraints in the planning scheme to stop that on a rural property, and it destroys lifestyle and amenity. So we need to have some balance here. Equally, we have people who come out and their lifestyle block is to come out and rip around with motorbikes for a whole weekend up and down, and it's great fun for their kids, but it's not fun for the neighbours around them. And there's no meaningful way to limit that either. That's part of the challenge of being a popular region. And the reality is the proponents of this are residents of the region, they're ratepayers of the region equally, and that's the challenge for this table. And the place for us, if we want to shift the dial, then the place for us is to seek that through the adjustments to our planning scheme over time through amendment processes if we want to have different constraints. We did that when we did the last planning scheme. That's the strategic vehicle for us to have a voice, not to be making subjective decisions around individual proposals. That's the vehicle for us if we want to make a change structurally going forward. That gives clarity. And it's a very dangerous place if we start getting too subjective in our evaluation of matters, because that does create at a local level a sovereign risk concern for people about ongoing investment if they can't rely on what the planning scheme says. So I am supportive of this matter. Is there anyone else seeking to speak against? Anyone else seeking to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, as you could tell, I've struggled on this one. And you're right, we do have to stick to the planning scheme, and it ticks all the boxes. And we have our concerns, and we must treat the applicant, I suppose, that he will do the right, or they will do the right thing. Yeah, I'll have to vote for this one.
Councillor, you wish to close? No. And we put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. I'll declare a division just before anyone asks. Those in favour, Mayor, divisions 2, 3, 4 and 6. Those against, or divisions 1 and 5. Councillors, that's...
Mayor, before we move on, can I draw to attention item 10.9? There was an error in the recommendation, and it would be just a lot simpler if we raise that today, and I thank the officer for drawing it to my attention after they left the room. In that recommendation, we mentioned the strategy, the Scenic Rim Regional Council Community Engagement Strategy 2021 to 2023. That is in fact a typo. It should be 2026. So rather than needing a motion at a future meeting to adjust that, if we could, the will of the meeting, fix that today.
Thank you, councillors. That typo, it was 2026 in the heading for that item. So I think that's noted. Councillors, we will take we're a little later than we planned. We'll take a short break for back at 3:20, and we press on with items 10, 11 through 16 if we can ensure we're ready for those. Thank you, officers. We adjourn. Thank you. Right. Good afternoon again, councillors, executive, and welcome back to those joining us in the digital gallery. We move to item 10.11 and we turn on page 195 of our agenda, and we turn to the GM Asset Environment Sustainability to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, executive, staff and those listening in online. Item 10.11 deals with the Inland Rail Environmental Impact Statement updates. As you would be aware, there are two separate projects within Scenic Rim's boundaries with regard to Inland Rail, one being the Calvert to Kangaroo Inland Rail project, and the second being the Kangaroo to Acacia Ridge and Bromelton Inland Rail project. Both have slightly different approval processes, which is outlined within the report. It's worth noting that the environmental impact statement and associated report was assessed by the Coordinator General, and there are quite a number of aspects to that report which require additional work. So Inland Rail on that particular section being Calvert to Kangaroo, are currently putting together responses to the additional questions. Also, just with the Kangaroo to Acacia Ridge, Kangaroo to Acacia Ridge and Bromelton, the Coordinator General actually decided not to make it a coordinated project and left it to the Department of Transport and Main Roads to undertake the approval processes. We believe that council needs to be certainly aware of the approval process, and for that process not to ignore concerns that we may have with regard to mainly construction, traffic and other associated impacts as a result of the works when they occur. So with that as a brief outline, I also just want to point out that on the recommendation 2, second line, about halfway along, I want to remove the word in because that makes more sense when read.
So when you introduce your recommendation, you'll amend that accordingly.
Yes, thank you.
Right, councillors, questions for clarity? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor, and Chris, thank you for that update. My question is in relation to that last point regarding Kangaroo to Acacia Ridge and Bromilton section being under DTMR being determining the approval pathway. How will council maintain a role in that communication or stakeholder engagement process?
That is yet to be determined, and part of the reason for bringing this report was around getting council's support for officers to start that high-level negotiation on, or at least communication on those items that are or could be of concern moving forward. Some of the bigger items being relating to construction traffic and those impacts, as well as noise and other matters that certainly with the absence of a designated coordinated general's approach, but somewhat similar to that would be what we would consider be appropriate, so that we can ensure that our voice is heard, not only heard, but positions or conditions put in place to assist with us being able to achieve appropriate outcomes.
Further points of clarification, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, General Manager, and with that question of Councillor Enright's, being quite pedantic, where does it actually stop? Is it when the two lines join the interstate line, or does it in the Calvert to Kangaroo section? Where does that section actually stop, and what effect will it have? The line heading to Bromilton, is that just on the interstate line? So that's really no change. And even heading north, the line heading to the boundary with Logan is just, once it joins the line, it's just the interstate line again. Am I right in my assumption or not?
Not entirely, but your first point there with regard to the Calvert to Kangaroo, it does actually adjoin to the interstate north-south line, is the extent of that project, with a northbound leg and a southbound leg connecting to that line. The work that's involved on that southern section involves sidings and other upgrades that are reasonably substantial, and some duplication of that line to enable the interconnection of Bromilton. So there is quite reasonably considerable amount of work within that. As far as the full detail of that, I think I'd prefer to bring that as a further report to council.
And the northbound, is there anything substantial on the interstate? It's only 2 or 3 Ks before it goes into Logan.
Yes, there certainly is some work planned there. So it is recognised by the team that it is substantial enough to need our voice to be heard with regard to what's happening there. So as stated before, I'll bring a more detailed report on what is currently publicly available on what is planned in that area.
And can I then turn our attention to the EIS for the Calvert to Kangaroo, given that it's 6 months to go back? I think we heard there a while back that it's they've got 6 months to go back. And what happens then if the Coordinator General isn't satisfied with the answer? Will it actually go back then to Inland Rail for another 6 months?
Probably a hypothetical question that should actually be answered by others than myself. I can only work off what I know, and that is that that the Inland Rail through ARTC have another 6 months to go back on and answer the questions that are certainly been raised through the 800 odd submissions that were analysed by the Coordinator General. The process after that, yes, I'm not in a position to be able to answer that question.
But some of those things, their interpretation was that they stick by their modelling, basically. That mightn't be the right word either.
So,
yeah, look, I probably could go and actually talk about the detail at another date, I would think, but the reality is a lot of those questions are more appropriately answered by ARTC and the Inland Rail team themselves.
So I think it's probably just fair to observe where council's not the dominant role in this. We're a submitter role in this context. It's not our baby, and we're not also the agency. The Coordinator General is the agency that will manage it, so we probably can't speak on their behalf about how they'll respond to those responses either. Would that be right?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's just worth noting that obviously the two are different. Any other questions? If not, we move forward. Any other comments that add value to this context? I'll go to the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council note the update to the approvals process for the Inland Rail projects within the Scenic Rim region, and 2, that Council continue to commit to ensuring the best outcomes for the Scenic Rim community on the Culvert to Kangaroo Inland Rail project, including the environmental impact process, and particularly with regards to level crossings, noise mitigation, construction traffic and flooding. And 3, Council work with the Department of Transport and Main Roads to ensure a robust and appropriate approvals pathway is developed for the Kangaroo to Acacia Ridge and Bromelton Inland Rail project.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions? Additional discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak further? Councillor McGuinness?
No, thanks.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for that update. We move to item 10.12.
Thank you, Mayor.
Page 199, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.12 is dealing with the Mendes Enterprise Precinct disposable of valuable non-current assets. Before I go into the details of the report and contained within the report, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the support of the Queensland Government through Building Our Regions program, which has provided funding to assist the development of this site to the tune of $5 million, with the overall project value being $10.722 million. I will provide an update on the construction. As you would be aware, the recent wet weather has certainly played a huge role in the delays in this project. Also, I must admit it's probably one of the wettest years for the Bow Desert area, in particular this site, and that has certainly provided some challenges with regard to meeting project timelines. I'm not going to mention the number of wet days that have been impacted, but certainly it's well and truly above what you would consider even a high average. So that's one of those things that unfortunately when you're working in the field does impact these things. But getting to the main reason for the report, it's around setting up the appropriate process by which we can dispose of these lots once they're created. So realistically, there are a number of requirements in the regulations that certainly specify how we are to first go to tender And then if appropriate prices aren't reached through a tender process, we then can choose to dispose of via what would you consider another process, being listing those parcels of land for sale. So there's 4 parts to the recommendation, which basically allows, firstly, council to follow the appropriate regulation, and then following on to then allowing the Chief Executive Officer the delegation to then assess those prices or those tendered amounts, and to then work through, and that delegation has an end date of when the last block of land is sold. So just bringing you to that attention. Look, I'm happy to take any questions with regard to the rest of the report, but that's a really brief overall summary of the intention of this report.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? A bit in the report. This a few times.
Just one additional item, just that we have engaged, have a real estate panel, and we have engaged one of the major players within the real estate industry to assist us in the sale of these lots. So they've certainly been working with our economic development team to put together an appropriate prospectus and sales booklet and other information to ensure that we get the right level of exposure on this important development.
And that panel is referenced below in the report, councillors. Councillor Enright.
Mayor, just a minor technical question on the recommendation. On point 4, the last sentence that refers to this delegation will end when the sale of the created lots has been finalised. There's 2 questions. Should it say all created lots? And then, given that there are 2 lots that will be created, that will be retained as detention, stormwater detention areas, will that mean that the delegation never is finalised?
So we could use, and I appreciate the question, and I think including the word saleable created lots between that and created would certainly create a more appropriate verification of what's required. Applicable or saleable? Or
sale of all. What was the term you used?
Saleable. Yeah, two. Just for those listening in online, 2 lots are actually created as a result of needing to manage the stormwater flows on the site, and those sites will be retained by council. Council may be able to utilise some of the usable area on those sites for its own purposes, but the general reason for their existence is to appropriately manage stormwater flows.
Is that complete? It doesn't need all saleable lots. Trying not to be pedantic, but just that last sentence, should it read all? I think that's adequate.
No, I don't think it needs it. The saleable created lots identifies the complete scope. Okay, any other clarifications? Not? Do you want to introduce?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that council resolve to dispose of the soon-to-be created lots at the Mendes Enterprise Precinct under development, currently known as Lot 237 and Lot 998 on SB 234830, under the requirements of Section 228 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which allows for the disposal of valuable non-current assets by tender. And 2, if an appropriate tender price is not received for any or all of the soon-to-be created lots, at the Bay Desert Enterprise Precinct under development, currently known as Lot 237 and Lot 998 on SP 234830. Council offer the newly created lots for sale as a listed item. And 3, Council offer the newly created lots for sale as a listed item, and Council resolve to dispose of soon-to-be created lots at the Bay Desert Enterprise Precinct under development, currently known as Lot 237 and Lot 998 on SP 234830, under the requirements of Section 2361A of the Local Government Regulation, which allows for the disposal of valuable non-current assets other than by tender or auction, and Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 2571 of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise negotiations for the sale of each lot, either by sale in accordance with Section 228 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which allows for the disposal of valuable non-current assets by tender, or if not sold via this method, via sales listing under Section 2361A of the Local Government Regulation 2012. This delegation will end when the sale of the saleable created lots has been finalised.
Well done. Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Any further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak further, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Another exciting item for today. My cup needs to get bigger. Look, this is another significant occasion from today's meeting and a great outcome to progress one more step closer to realising the sales of the Bay Desert Enterprise Precinct. And I thank the officers the General Manager and the officers for the work they have done, particularly for the staff who are working under challenging environment, trying to conduct the necessary earthwork. But it's all the way that we deal with it and progress with the challenges in front of us, but moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion, those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, GM. We move to item 10.13, page 205 of the agenda, and ask you again to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.13 is regarding the response to the draft Queensland Organics Strategy 2022-2032. I will point out that within the report it states that there was a reasonable time frame for us to get a response to this particular request, and that given some of the technical nature of what was requested, officers utilised what was already an approved, council's approved waste management resource recovery strategy to actually formulate a response to this particular draft request. I have Kartik Van Ketcherman, our Manager of Resources and Sustainability here, if you have any detailed questions with regard to the report.
Any questions, councillors? Comments? I'd just probably add one in the context of everything else moving in this space. The general view was that I think generally there's a disappointment with the timing of this coming out in the midst of all the work around waste management strategies collectively across Southeast Queensland and other parts, and therefore the response from officers clearly aligns with activities that are already in place and really tries to focus how what's in the strategy probably hasn't totally aligned, but has some levels of alignment and probably needs to shift some of its timings to fit with efficient as well as effective implementation would be my summary comment, having read through. And but you know, it's at least heading in the right direction. So any other comments? If not, we'll ask to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council acknowledge the submission made to the Department of Environment and Science in response to the draft Queensland Organics Strategy 2022-2032.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions? Further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor West, Councillor McConnell, wish to speak? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That takes us forward to GM Council Sustainability and item 10.14. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.14 is the monthly financial report for November 2021. So the end of November 2021 sees 41.66% of the financial year elapsing. Most of the indicators on our financial performance and position are all within the tolerance range. So I guess there's no major deviations or any concerns. I guess first and foremost, there should be a bit of a disclaimer around, or just a bit of advice that, you know, as part of an assurance, Council's met all this financial and taxation obligations for the month of November. Sees us obviously as part of taxations and everything else.
Getting ready for Christmas.
Some high level, I guess, statistics, given that it's 41.66% of the financial year elapsed. Obviously, the rates revenue is currently sitting at 49.8%, given that we only levy twice a year. So that's on par with budget expectations. Interesting to note that total operating revenue currently sits at 45.3%, slightly higher than the 41.66% as per the financial year elapsed. And this is just mainly to do with some phasing and when funds come in and are realised on our accounts. As indicated in the executive summary there, the operating revenue, fees and charges are sitting at about 59.67% of the total budgeted for the financial year, highlighting further again for the month of November, there's about 775 in favourable gains in that area. Again, highlighting the increased activity. This may require a review and an upcoming budget review to see if we can look in the crystal ball and forecast what or whether or not this continues for the remainder of the financial year. But from all accounts, it seems to be a continual increase in activity in that area. I'll refer to page 4 of the included report. Indicate there on the statement of financial position. You can see the cash balance is currently sitting at about 59.3 million. That's about 10 million ahead of current expectations, but we have received some favourable, again, cash flows when it comes to grants and other matters, and some slight underspends in operating expenditure side of things. Some key aspects as to, I just spoke out before, the report highlights the from a wages and salary side of things, some of the underspends, but from a materials and services side of things, there's a couple of big ticket items there. There's about 463,000 underspend as part of the waste collection contract. So I'm on page 6 of 11 now of the report. That's just, yeah, there's a new contract at the moment with the current contractor that collects the garbage bins. And so with any new contract, there's certainly some teething issues that we're working through, and it's just a, there's not underspend in that, it's just a timing of the contract payment, but nothing of any concern, but it's just flagging there as an underspend. Economic development, there's showing about 376 underspend, but that's again to do with a staging and timing of some particular events. Also impacting the revenue side of things with some associated revenue from ticket sales and sponsorship, and just some associated underspend with some maintenance and operations, and obviously that's to do with the inclement weather we've had over the last period, and the continued sort of stoppages in some of the maintenance side. But we're certainly evaluating whether those funds will be required through until 30th of June, and where necessary will be updated at a budget review. Page 8 of 11, just a brief touch on the investments. So the investment rates continue to be relatively low. However, we're still seeing some minor gains with council's investments at QT within Queensland Treasury Corporation, as well as some of our investments in the community banks. Also, some interest from our investment within, our loan to urban utilities is continuing to some minor gains with that. Page 9 of 11, the report we've touched on previously on the regional prosperity report card, but again, around the local spend for the month of November, we've seen 5.1 million expended for the month. Of that, $1.2 million in contestable or normalised sort of expenditure has been able to be sourced within the Scenic Rim, and this equates to around 24% of the total spend. Still below the last year's sort of figures, but a lot of these figures are sort of still skewed by some of the bigger contracts that we've let out. So we'll continue to monitor that and see where we can see those gains. It is interesting, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, that we're trying to improve the reporting capture. Obviously, what we're missing through our capture, where council does let some big contracts out to some major contractors, they at times do subcontract local suppliers, but because all the expenditure goes to the main contractor, and they're generally based in Brisbane or Gold Coast, that's not seeing that flow back into the council. So we are trying to see where we can try and capture those other expenditures so that it is a much more robust reporting. And probably the last bit I'll touch on is page 10 of 11, which is the rates outstanding. They're still showing there that some accounts are still taking advantage or capitalising on the interest-free period, and we're seeing compared to same time last year, an increase of about 10% in the outstandings. And again, that's still, where accounts are still using the interest-free period as part of the COVID initiatives that were provided, stimulus. But we did see that the total outstanding for the month between the months of November and October, we had a total decrease in outstanding of 728,000, which is still indicating that people are still continuing to make payments. So they're my points of highlight, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly open to further questions.
Questions, councillors. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Oliver, for that. I have a question on page 5 of 11. But I would just start by saying an excellent result for fees and charges year to date to be 35% up on budget, up to just over $3 million, which is very encouraging. It's also pleasing to see the total rates and utility charges ahead of budget. My question relates to the other revenue. So in the lower table of page 5 of 11, and we've got year to date of budget of 644,000 and actuals of 383. Just wondering if there's a known reason for that reduction. And secondly, the tax equivalents from urban utilities for that fluctuation with their with that amount.
Thanks for those questions, Councillor Enright. I'll start with the first one, the 261,000, that variance. As I mentioned before, there's an underspend in the expenditure side for economic development associated with some events. 200 of that 260,000 variance relates to the long sunset. So there's a component of sponsorship and also ticket sales, which is offset by some of the underspend. So the event hasn't been staged yet, so the expenditure hasn't been spent and the revenue hasn't been realised. And there's some other it's grant and ticket sales, and some just minor other revenue. The urban utility ones, just to note, we did receive a payment on 1st of December, whether that was a timing issue, but there was a payment of about 40,000, which sort of then negates that a little bit further. But that's at times dependent on when urban utilities reconcile and do their adjustments to their monthly accounts and give us an indication of what our revenue is on those things. But we're continuing to monitor. It's certainly, we base the budget on historic and they've generally been pretty accurate in the past, whereas this is probably one of those periods where there's some there has been some variances, but not major variances. But we'll continue to monitor and work with urban utilities just to see whether we can sharpen when those when the phasings of those particular payments are being actioned.
You further questions, councillors? No other questions? Evaluating comments? Not remove recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.14 is that council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 30th of June 30th of November 2021 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Seek a mover, councillors. Councillor Chalk. Any further questions? Further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak further, councillor? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to item 10.15 on page 243 of the agenda. Again, GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item 10.15 is, as you indicated, the September budget review. So council officers have recently undertaken and consulted the following quarterly budget review. The review provides an update of council's financial position to the community following the 2021-2022 adopted budget adopted in June 2021. The primary driver of the review is to realign the budget to council's operating and capital requirements. The September budget review incorporates actual data through until 30th of September 2021, plus trying to forecast the data for the remaining months of the 2021-2022 financial year. The budget review continues on from the carry forward budget review and now reflects the additional grants fundings not previously captured or reflected. I'll just go through some key points and some changes in terms of the position prior to opening to any queries. The report is quite detailed, and I'll make a focus to a particular report that may help those in the community or the non-financial people to sort of get a good grasp of council budgets. I refer to page 3 of the report where we're identifying the statement of comprehensive income. The way this statement reads is you've got the original budget on the far left-hand column, the carry forward, so this is the transitions of the budget to date. The first transition, which includes the carry forward budget, and the column that's highlighted in grey is the current the budget review one, or the September budget review. and in accordance with legislation, we're required to also provide a 2 years of forecasts. As sort of mentioned within the report, this budget is fairly mundane. In essence, there hasn't been a great deal of changes, but there was still some changes that were worth requiring to be reflected. You can see from an operating revenue perspective, the actual operating revenue increases by about 326,000. And including the additional capital revenue, we see about $7.7 million in total income from the carry forward budget. When you start looking down to the expenses side of things, expenses increased by 6.9 million, and the resultant impact is an additional $517,000 added to the operating deficit. I will add, when Council adopted the budget back in June, it did adopt a budget at a 1.038 operating deficit. As part of the carry forward budget and this budget review, you can see that now it sits at about 4.225 million. But I will add that those familiar with accrual accounting, a lot of the revenue was received in the 2020-21 financial year, and it's now actually being spent in this year. However, you can't double recognise income, and that's why it's showing a big operating deficit. Is we received the funds in the previous year, however, we're expecting the expenditure in this side of the year. It did. Yeah, from the annual report, what we indicate is when we normalise it, when we remove the transaction associated with the early repayment of the loans, which is about 2.8 million, I think it was on par. It was about $40,000 surplus.
Just a question.
Sorry, you're pressing right now, otherwise we'll try to get through the report, but go ahead, Council.
Just a quick question. I can't remember exactly, but did we budget to receive any revenue from the sale of those lots that, in the industrial estate, which are now being deferred and delayed?
We have. I think it was 4 blocks. So the current transitioning path is over the sale of all those blocks over 13 years, depending on obviously the campaign and how well that picks up. Hope if there's a major take up of those, and that would improve the cash position.
Are they likely to be finished in time for revenue to come into this financial year?
A little out of control, councillors, but just GM, if you've got a quick answer.
Very quick answer. The way the weather is at the moment, it's highly unlikely, and given the weather forecast, it's highly unlikely. So I'd rather paint the picture that I think is reality than one that is, yes, too optimistic.
So just to take that comment and close off, the weather effects on what's in our budget planning, particularly around capital items and some of our operating items, will need to be a subject for another day, because there are significant interruptions beyond what we've allowed for. We've heard that verbal dialogue, and we have asked for that to be brought forward at another time. So don't want us to get sidetracked into any of that today. If I can just ask that we leave that alone and go back on track. Well, some of it will be in operating as well. So we will need to wait for, we'll get an update from current events, and then we'll get another update as the rest of the year unfolds in La Nina. So, and we just work through the review on based on what's assessed today is probably the best place to be. Sorry, GM. I'll try to keep the cats in control.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll go to page 6 of 29 of the report, which is the statement of financial position, or what was commonly known as the old balance sheet. You can see there in the budget review 1, the cash balance has changed, decreased slightly by 275,000. and to put this in the context, I'm about to detail that, you know, we're increasing our capital spend by about 7.7 million, operating expenditure by about 800,000, and we're only actually using digging into our existing bank accounts by 275. So there's a very minimal in terms of what this budget review provides for. It is interesting, however, whilst the monthly financial report shows that we've got $59 million in the bank, our budgeted figures, once you're sort of budgeting for all the works, it leaves us with around the 21 million, which is roughly about 3.6 in terms of working capital balance that we're required to have. So it doesn't indicate there that we've got lots of funds, because of that 21 million, we've got to cash back about $10 million worth of employee provisions. So one of the I just mentioned before, Mr. Mayor, from pages 12 to 24 of that report shows the various movements within the capital program. Effectively, this review sees it moving from $74.8 million in capital works to $82.1 million, noting that there's about $20 million of those capital works where it's been indicated that there's no expectation, or there's limitations in terms of the reality of delivering those by 30th of June, given the timing, the ordering, availability of resources and everything else. But everything else, bar any major weather events, should be on track. The last point, Mr. Mayor, I'll go back to item page 10 of 29 of the report. This is a new inclusion to assist a better understanding of how budgets or council budgets operates. This is what we affectionately call as a budget on the page, showing on the left-hand side of the ledger the revenue components, and on the right-hand side the expenditure sides. It splits the revenue within the operating and capital budgets, and then how those revenues go on to fund the expenditure side of things. The key aspects to see in this budget is on the right-hand side, where the total operating expenditure has increased by 843,000. You can see the operating deficit has increased by 515,000. However, the closing cash balance has only decreased by 275, and we've seen an increase in capital expenditure of 7.282 million. Sorry, that was page 10 of 29.
You're a bit too far through. Page 10's back up. No, not that far. Okay, we all
on the
should have had
right-hand
it
side
on our agenda.
That's a new inclusion, Mr. Mayor. Just sort of highlights everything on the page to show the ins and outs and what the bottom lines are of the council budgets, and how the budget reviews have varied from the original budgets to the carried forward budgets to the current budgets under consideration. And lastly, I did say that was the last thing, but lastly, the last one's probably just the indicators on page 29. All these are within 26 of 29. All these based on the budget review. All the indicators are certainly still within the tolerance. The operating surplus deficit has increased from -4.4 to -5. What is pleasing to see there is, just with that additional $7 million in capital, it's now increased our asset sustainability ratio from 116% to 128%. So we're actually renewing 128% of our assets, and that's renewal, not new capital. So council's committing to continue to replenish where assets have become depreciated and depleted, and renewing them to a high standards again. That was all my highlights, Mr. Mayor. Open it up for some questions.
Councillors? Report.
This report will be provided on the website also.
clearly there'll be, as the year unfolds, there will be some significant thought process and communication to go through, given what we've already had as impacts, both in physical impacts on infrastructure as well as time impacts on projects. And we'll have to go through some consideration on that, but we really need to let officers have some time to get that analysis together and come back for a dialogue. Okay. Jim, it sounds like you're right to introduce recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.15 is that, in accordance with sections 169 and 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the 2021-2022 September Budget Review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2021 to 2022 through to 2023-2024 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Position for 2021-2022 through to 2023-2024 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2021-2022 through to 2023-2024 inclusive. 4. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2021-2022 through 2023-2024 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
Seeker mover, councillors. Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions? Further discussion? Seconder. Councillor Enright. Wish to speak further? Councillor McGuinness. Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to acknowledge that there's great signs, great positive signs, particularly an increase in general rates and revenue and fees and charges. It's also very pleasing to see an increase in operational grants, capital grants, acknowledge Council's economic stimulus package number 3, COVID-19 grant program, and that additional $250,000 that will assist our community groups and supporting groups through COVID. I think this will provide multiple benefits for our communities. Also acknowledge that the increase in the operational deficit of $517,000 to make the budget for $4.225 million is not ideal, but however, given that we are in a sound financial position and as we work through the challenges of the global pandemic, this as a once-off result is considered acceptable.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.16, page 277 of your agendas, councillors. And GM, we turn to you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.16 relates to the review of the internal audit policy and internal audit procedure. As with all council policies and procedures, they do have a review mechanism included as part of them. These policies were last reviewed in February 2020, and it was timely that they undertake a review process. I do have the Principal Specialist Governance and Improvement, internal audit and improvement with us today, Scott Williams. And I'll take the report that has been read. The attachments do indicate where the key changes are, along with summary of where what the major changes are and where they have been. But to field any particular queries, I'll forward those to Scott.
Questions, councillors? Making good progress? No, thank you. Thank you. I must, just as a general comment, councillors, we've continued to make great headway in this area, and Getting better clarity is always part of the opportunity, and we're seeing that brought to bear, and it's greatly appreciated. It gives good confidence, and certainly the feedback when we get into the Audit and Risk Committee is extremely positive in that regard. So some confidence in that, and it's welcome. So move to the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.16 is that Council adopt the revised Council policy internal audit.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor West. Councillor Enright, wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would also like to recognise the work of Principal Specialist Internal Audit and Improvement, Scott Williams, for modernising our policy and procedure. And I acknowledge also that these revised policies were raised at the Audit and Risk Committee meeting on the 18th of November, and all supported through that process.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Not. Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I have one matter listed for confidential, item 11.1, an inappropriate conduct matter, C-20-00809, which is proposed to be closed under section 254J3 F and I. I seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor West, seconder. Councillor McConnell, any discussion to that, councillors? Motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. To those in the gallery, we will now be going into close, and of course, as you'll recall from earlier, two of us will be leaving the meeting for that purpose.
Welcome back, councillors, executive, and those who are listening in the public gallery. I would invite meeting to return into open. A motion moved Councillor McGuinness, seconded Councillor Chalk. Any discussion? Vote is in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor McGuinness. That is correct. That's right. So for item 11.1, I will hand over to General Manager of Council Sustainability. No, not yet. So thank you, GM. Can I hand to you the recommendations to present to the chamber? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a long recommendation, but I'll go through. The recommendation is that 1, Council acknowledge the investigation report dated 29th of November 2021. 2, in relation to allegation 1, where Councillor Swamborough made inappropriate comments to Mayor Christensen in a meeting between on or about 22nd of April 2020, Council decide that Councillor Swamborough has not engaged in inappropriate conduct. 3, in relation to allegation 2, that Councillor Swamborough repeatedly failed to adequately prepare for workshops, briefings and meetings, Council decide that Councillor Swamborough has occasionally failed to adequately prepare for workshops, briefings and meetings and has engaged in inappropriate conduct. 4, in relation to allegation 3, that Councillor Swamborough repeatedly failed to engage with presentations or background introductions of issues, instead working on emails, Council decide that Councillor Swamborough has occasionally failed to engage with presentations or background introductions of issues, instead working on emails and has engaged in inappropriate conduct. 5, in relation to allegation 4, that Councillor Swamborough repeatedly and deliberately misrepresented Mayor Christensen's comments and made derogatory assertions about his competence, Council decide that Councillor Swamborough has occasionally misrepresented Mayor Christensen's comments and has engaged in inappropriate conduct. 6, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 150AH, Council imposed the following orders on Councillor Swamborough. A, that Councillor Swamborough must attend training on Code of Conduct for Councillors in Queensland being held on Tuesday, 14 December 2021. And B, that Councillor Swamborough must make a public admission at the next ordinary meeting being held on 18 January 2022 that he has engaged in inappropriate conduct on allegations 2, 3 and 4. And 7, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council maintain confidentiality over the contents of this report, including the investigation report and attachments, and due to privacy obligations, the report not be released.
Councillors, we have the recommendation. I call for a mover. Moved Councillor Chalk. Are there any further questions or clarifications? Call for a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Councillor Chalk, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
Anyone like to speak to the motion? Anyone like to seek leave to speak? Anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak? Sorry, would anyone like to seek leave to speak to the motion? Right. Councillors, I will then put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now invite the Mayor, and I've been advised. Thank you, Oliver.
Through you, Chair. The Mayor is just currently in a teleconference. We are just reaching out to see if he has come in or.
And that
not
I have been
available.
advised that Councillor Swamborough has left the meeting to attend another meeting. In the Mayor's absence, I will close the meeting. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Executive, and thank you to the Digital Gallery for your patience and endurance for quite a long day. Goodbye.